see. Alright, sweet. Hey, welcome everyone. Into Play, Tony Murata here. And look at that. This is a new first. This is the first stream where I've actually started on time. So, give me thanks. Be proud of me. And I think we're playing against TNT to start us off. Playing Green Cloudpost. The old classic. So, yeah, this is good. Yeah, we'll keep this. We're on the draw to start off here. I hope you didn't miss me. I was not streaming last week, just being the showcase event, which did not go well, as it tends to go these days for Cloudpost. But I have faith. We'll turn it around at some point. Let's take a Cloudpost here. Actually, Prismatic Vista. This means it's a non-D&T Orion deck. Yeah, let's still take Cloudpost. I bet it's the McWinsauce pile. I just have the mana ramping get started. Still gonna Needle of Wasteland. Snowclifford Swamp. Man, everybody plays the Orion decks nowadays. Maybe this is like Esper Vile something. Oh yeah, how's it going, SDW? Thank you. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? I feel proud that I finally was able to start a stream on time. The first time ever. Oh yeah, that's cool. I lurk in a lot of people's streams myself. They search up of Enter. It's pretty scary. Like, if we can't answer that, they're just gonna bounce something every turn. Alright, let's leave with a map. F6. Probably gonna go get a Yavimaya and then just try and get some threats down. Man, I've been losing a lot in Magic in general. These, like, past few months. Trying to turn it around. I hope they don't venture right this turn. We probably will, though. Yeah. Probably bounce a Cloudpost, I think. Alright. I was thinking we could get like a Tabernacle and just like stop them from potentially like Karakas bouncing this every turn. I don't know if that's worth doing though. If I don't get Tabernacle here, I think I'll just try and Green Sun for something. No, we want to replay the Cloudpost next turn for going that route. Kind of just want to take a chance and just hope they don't have Karakas. If we're gonna do that, I could just go get Cavern of Souls, and then like 3 turns from now, guarantee prime time. I don't think Esper Vile has many counters in general though either, so I don't think that's a very good plan. Alright, let's just get Yavimaya. Oh, Soul Herder. How's it going, Dryden? That's true. That card is good against this deck. What do you think about Tabernacle? They don't have much of a clock, luckily. So we could probably just take away any potential like bouncing shenanigans. Yeah, maybe that's a little safer. If we get Tabby, I'm going to just play it next turn then. Yeah, and Tabernacle just seems like generally good against this deck anyway, so yeah, I like Tabby. like the one card that is more expensive, like 5 times the rest of the deck. It's gonna be so long before we cast something meaningful. And everyone loves their Yorion decks now. I was debating playing a Yorion Cloudpost list for this challenge, but decided I'd rather try and win the thing. Not play a strictly worse version. Oh, I like that eye. Yeah, so we'll have to see what we draw next turn, but originally I was thinking just play the basic forest and then Green Sun, but because we drew Eye, we could just like search up an Ulamog and then just go directly to Eldrazi. You don't like Companion? I don't really like the mechanic either, but I've kind of... Yorion's kind of grown on me. I like the deck building, what you gain by just having 20 extra cards. I think it's good for people that like to build Magic decks. Oh, did Tony Scapone miss out on it? That's shitty. I kind of just want to slam a threat right here. I don't think this deck runs many like forces, and that'd be like a good time to just do so. Yeah, let's just go for a big Green Sun. Yeah, I trophied with a Yorion deck of my own creation. Oh, that's shitty, man. I did something similar a few months ago where I didn't mean to quit out of it, but like I just dropped not paying close enough attention. And like it doesn't help that like Moto's usually pretty confusing with like their scheduling and when shit like starts. Alright. My senses were right. They are weak on counters. I think we were just gonna get double Cloudpost here and just set ourselves up to win next turn. Didn't either of you guys play Moto back before they had, they probably had challenges, before they had leagues at least? They had these like once a day scheduled events. Like I remember sometimes just like being like 10 seconds late to those. And that was like your one time in like the 24 hours that you could like play the format you wanted to play. Just like beyond frustrating when that would happen. But anyway, leagues were definitely the best thing they could have done for Magic Online. What was WW2? World War II? Yeah, it was about like around that time. Yeah, it was like a daily. It was like basically like a prelim event, but that was like the only time you could possibly play. Kind of ridiculous. Man, they still got a Yorion, even through my Tabernacle tax. Alright, well if we can't Emrakul, we'll still be able to do something almost as nasty. Back in those days, there was this card called Sensei's Divining Top. And everything was like right with the world. What did they search up? Solitude. That's kind of what I thought. I wonder what they're going to Solitude. Hopefully do it now, opponents. Don't let me attack. Ooh, Gilded Drake. That is scary. What are we doing this turn? Are we gonna die? I think we might. Are we trying to slam the second prime time? I don't really trust this Gilded Drake that they switched us up with us to like hold us off our own prime time. I think we might just have to take a risk with the prime time in hand here. Yeah, that's some bullshit. I think my creature was better. Alright, they have 10, 11, 13 power. Yeah, I think we just have to take a risk and try and get the second prime time. I feel like they'll have some other means of like bouncing the chasm if you play it, or like resetting their Venser at least. They've only drawn like 1 extra card since the previous turn. Yeah, it worked last turn. Hopefully it'll just work this turn again. Alright, let's just get double Glimmer. Play it a little bit safe. Yeah, I guess Vesuva. I don't think it matters. Oh, it's only $300 now. I feel like it was like $500 for a while. I was just going basic swamps. How are you doing, Gavin? Yeah, I played the Mono Black Depths list a bit, still. Just been... felt like taking a chance on post today. Oh, RuneScape, nice. Is that like an RPG, or... I'm kind of out of like the other non-card gaming world. It sounds like an RPG kind of game, or something like fantasy. Me playing Cloudpost, basically like about 10 years, but like a good portion of that time, it just like wasn't a real archetype. It was pretty trash. I still played it. Just because my like 10 minutes of glory was so awesome. I figured like, why not just keep playing this deck? But then they released Once Upon a Time, and the deck was good again. It was I that made it valid. Just me. Don't you think we should just throw this Drake away? I don't really care about saving damage, but I've seen them where they somehow bounce this and then just steal another thing. Yeah, let's do that. Stupid Gilded Drake. Yeah, we still have 20. Alright. We should be in the clear now. And we know they have like a Solitude, which I'll definitely get that down somehow. If they don't steal like another thing. Oh, really? No way. God, I hate this shit. No, I would not like to use this. Alright, let's start with this Kozilek post-combat. Oh, they do have Karakas, Venser. That's true. I think we just want to start with this before we make any other decisions. See what this delivers. Ulamog. I like that one. I like that Glimmerpost too. 10, 15 power. Yeah, let's play Glimmerpost. It's too early to think about math right now. I think the agent and probably just the Karakas. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's more about the fencer. I feel like they could do some shenanigans potentially if I let that stay. I think we're good now though. Play this out. I could just crop rot for like my own Karakas before they could possibly get like another agent if I wanted to, but I don't think we need to do that. What are you stealing? Ulamog? Did I on F6 in time? I don't know if I did. If I did, I'm gonna just do it right now. Okay, they're doing shit. Thank God. Forest. Yes. Karakas. Just before they're gonna do any possible shit, just do it right now, this instant. I hate these tricksy kind of decks. Cast 2 Eldrazi already and they're still not dead. Come on. I can see with their Cavern of Souls naming bird. I think they copied what I did. I have to show you guys this one replay of the Yorion deck I played yesterday. There's basically no reason to make a Yorion Cloudpost deck. Like, it doesn't like give you anything. And the Yorion never came up the whole entire league, except the very last like round of the day. And it was like, it just basically like single-handedly won me the very last game of the league. It was pretty epic. Karakas. Yeah, they're like tapped out now. I think we're finally in the clear now. God, who Maindeck's opposition agent? How could they be such a terrible person? We're fine on time. We're both about even. We have one card in hand. We have Karakas. Just cast. Alright. Don't have mana. Whatever. Yeah, that was a struggle. That was just the first game. Jeez. I don't think I have much for this matchup. Like, I guess Force of Vigor. If you treat this kind of like Death and Taxes, and have this for, like, their Ether Vials. I don't know how relevant that even is. I mean, it was doing work against us the last game. At least against, like, D&T, this hits, like, other things, too. Yeah, carpet's okay. Yeah, we should probably try carpet. I think we can get like an edge with that at least. Like I don't love it in these kind of matchups where I feel like they just have. I don't think our mana is going to be much of an issue. Like the bouncing Venser every turn is kind of like the worst case thing that might happen. But generally, I don't think it's that big of a problem for us. I haven't played this deck in a long time in any case. No. I didn't even know there's a new Emrakul. The set came out like yesterday, right? I was glancing at like the spoilers and it had some pretty good reprints in it, but I'm kind of done collecting like new foil versions of cards. Like just give me like the old border foils that I want, and then I'll just buy them. Yeah, let's cut the crop rots. Seems to make sense. I mean, I don't even hate the crop rots really. Just being like something that does something within like a single spell. And they're not really like a counter spell kind of blue deck. Plus we could maybe use this to break up like a Venser. No, they have Agent too. Let's just cut the crops. Maybe we want these Endurance as well. Alright, let's cut Bog. Depths is probably not going to happen. I think I want the Endurance. This is pretty good against like Hay Pair decks. I don't think we need the Force of Vigors. And yeah, I'll look it up later. Excavator? I don't know. 61. Final answer. We need 61 cards to compete with their 80. This looks fine. That was a shitty once. Let's just say Kozilek. I would prefer like almost anything besides those two cards. That's not bad. When are they going to reprint print like an old foil, old frame version of Green Sun Zenith? Like that's what I want to know. Some of the staple like green cards with like old border. Basically just what I'm looking for. Like on Moto, when they had the God accounts a couple weeks ago, there was like a old frame like Green Sun on Moto, which I thought looked pretty nice. But you can't like actually get that anywhere, real life or online. I also don't know if you can even get Displacer kittens anywhere. I was looking for that, and it just seems like they just didn't exist. Alright, let's see if this carpet happens. Alright. Green. Let's just Rec Sage this Vile. I don't like the Vile sitting around like this. Yes, please use it. We're saving prime time. We're just gonna go for it. And if you need to do that. I could agent here, I guess. Even that's not super concerning at this point. I guess I could Gilded Drake, steal this prime time, and be a problem. Alright, I actually like that better. Man, these Once Upon a Times, they suck. Like any of these cards, really. I guess just Tabernacle. And we don't have our land drop anyway. Yeah, let's take that. Is there anything I want to needle? Oh, we have the chance. Just in case they have Wasteland, I don't mind doing that. We'll get to 10 mana someday, I believe. If they play another island here, I might just sack this Rec Sage and just hope we get a mana source. They probably won't do it though. They know better. Yeah. It's not an island. That's a good draw. Actually, no, it's not. No, don't play that, Toady. It does nothing. Don't worry, I'm still coherent at this time. If it said May search, I would maybe just give it to them. Just to like trick them. Get their hopes up. Go on, opponent. Get an island. That's shitty. I feel like this carpet's not going to last forever either. Kind of worried about not having that. Fencer, probably. That's true. Desert of Islands. Go on, opponent. Take an island. I don't know how Agent works exactly. Like, it says you control the opponent. I don't know what that entails entirely. It's not like the old Mindslaver effect where you used to get to like look at their sideboard. They named the best Eldrazi to name at that point. Birds. Oh, how's it going? Evenly distributed money. How's your Sunday going? Finally. Watch them play like another meddling mage next turn. I'm doing good. I'm doing okay. This Needle out again. So I could never really bring myself to ever play Dismember. I think it's just a shitty card, underpowered, in Legacy at least, and not really worth it. But the creature that would make me most want to possibly do that is honestly like Meddling Mage. I feel like this card got played for some amount of time. It's definitely more than it like it's played nowadays. More than Magus of the Moon, more than whatever the... That's the other thing I hate. Oh yeah, this creature. The Meddling Mage. It's the worst of them all. Tridem, I thought you were on my side. You're supposed to give me good advice. Oh, we're gonna butcher some fools now. We'll be okay. They can't fuck over card draw, can they? Doesn't look like it. What are we doing? What are we doing? It's just Glimmerpost. I'm gonna hold up my Karakas, protect my Kozilek. Probably just save the Cavern for prime time next turn. So yeah, it's Glimmer. Come on, I hope I get to be the Monarch at least. could have played the, I guess either the forest or the cavern and held up the possibility of, like, endurancing them, but did not want to give up the Karakas. Seven power. I'm at 21. More than I started with. I have not meddling mage. What the fuck is this? Target opponent looks at the top 3 cards. One into hand. Wait, what? I don't even care, really. I guess I'll leave them with 2 separate underground seas. So that hopefully they'll play one of them out for me. What the fuck is this? Does this do anything that I don't know about? That seems kind of shitty. It also presented me with a pile, but like nothing to like decide on. I don't really care. You can do it again if you want. Yeah, I kind of got Fact or Fiction vibes, but much shittier. I don't know why I wasn't able to choose anything, but I don't really care at this point. 12, sure. Just give me my cards. 2, 3, 4. What are you doing? Just cast my endurance, just try and get as much. I tapped poorly, for sure. I really wanted the prime time down. Can I recast Kozilek? Nah. Two, three, nah. I'm more worried about the clock at this point, really. Yeah, I shouldn't have tapped that second Cloudpost. The back of my head, like, I was thinking that, but didn't seem worth the brain power. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Oh, how's it going on your list? Oh, shit. Yeah, good luck, dude. Now I'm gonna hold this back, because a surprise. Surprise them. I did that wrong, also. Alright, I fucked up a whole bunch of shit. I don't really care. It's another blocker. Take the Monarch. We didn't have the mana to do it. I can't fetch because of this agent. And also... yeah, there's just no way to cast the thing. The previous turn cycle. So hoping we just like draw into Emrakul. Can we draw into it before they deal? 27. Ether Vial. Shit. Yeah, they could blink Meddling Mage and name the Kozilek they know about if they want to. Oh, okay, I see. I gave them like 3 lands last time. This is the best card, so you can take that if you want it. That's the only thing I've seen on Magic Online where it doesn't like give you like a prompt. Some quality. Let's do this post-combat. I think I can finish it in time. If I need to, I'll turbo a third game out. Seems very winnable still. I don't know why I didn't Karakas bounce this stupid thing either. That's dumb. So I'll leave one more Cloudpost this time. Without thinking much. I just want to draw cards. That's my main thing. They finally answered it. Kozilek is gone. 1, 2, 3. Alright, get prime time down at least now. Yeah, I'm gonna play the Titans out and just not search with them. Let's do this like the worst possible way. Tap things for no reason. Yorion, yeah. Put their Palace Jailer back. I guess I should probably Karakas bounce this thing and force them to trade this if they don't want to give me the Monarch. This doesn't seem like the worst plan. Also should start trying to push damage. Oh, I skipped my attack phase. That's alright. You can take one of these two. Alright, I'm a little bit worried about clock now. For stupid reasons. If you want to play a post, don't play like I played this game. I'll say that. It's a menace. Yeah. Fine. Psych, you can't block this. Alright, I'm gonna hold back some green mana so I can endurance at instant speed. Or try to at least. God, this is all terrible. There's still one card that could get us out of this, though. It starts with the letter E. How's it going, Number Boy? Doing okay. I should probably play to their clock too and just focus on playing quickly. he says as he just clicks things poorly. Maybe we'll even be able to get him with this endurance. Valky, Tivolt. Like in a legitimate way. Not paying 2 mana for a 7 mana card. It's crazy to me. Always yield. I could do that. I don't know how wise this is by playing this out at this point. They have to pay a lot more Tabernacle shit than I do. Oh, that's sweet though. Stealing some creatures to use in a deck that wouldn't normally have creatures. I like it. This is so nasty though. It's like Death and Taxes on steroids. I wonder if they name here. It better not be Endurance. Okay, it's Emrakul. Yeah, I'll play to the clock at this point. I feel on that axis for better. I'll give them one more turn to like maybe swing with shit. And I'll just play Chasm next turn. Yeah, now I kind of wish they'd just removed this stupid carpet. Ooh. See if this happens. I guess they probably have some shit to stop this even. Rekilling the Ulamog one for sure. I don't even know if we live still. No. The answer is no. Yorion. Yorion takes a ton of time as well. You're like getting multiple triggers. Oh wait, they let me kill it? Oh no, they just blinked it. What a tease. That was a good play though. And we know they still have Venser as well, so they can even get around this. Yay. Magic clock. Chasm and Tabernacle. The time sinks of Legacy. I once had an Elves opponent get like really salty about it. They're like, oh, you only play that just to time people out. Like, well, it's also like good against Elves. And they were salty. Alright, that was a cool first round though. Played poorly, but I'll be good. Don't worry. Oh, I guess it's 64 players. So I think that's like the minimum for 6 rounds. They conceded to the Chasm. No, we were up like 2 minutes by the end of that. Yeah, it's... I probably should have just played the Chasm earlier. Maybe they just would have scooped a couple of minutes before that. The basic swamps. It was I remember it was against you, where I like powered out like a really quick game at the last second. You were on like Maverick, I think. No, maybe it was like Death and Taxes. Yeah, I specifically remember it was like against you though. Oh yeah, I remember that. Giant. The construct tokens. Tabernacle against lands. Who would have thought? There was a modern game where I was Amulet Titan and they were that like infinite life gain spike feeder deck. And we were both like almost timed out. And they timed out and I had like 3 seconds left on my own clock. It was pretty intense. And maximum time minus 3 seconds. Maximum magic. Man, I'm really happy this is like only 6 rounds today. Enjoy the shorter challenges. Supposedly the Pioneer Pro Tour or whatever thing yesterday, PTQ, it was like just about to be 9 rounds, and then last second like one person left and they made it like 8 rounds. Or maybe it was like 10 to 9 rounds. It was like a single person just like having second thoughts. Saved everybody like an hour. I think that's just amusing. Chad move, yeah. I guess it does make getting into the top 8 like more difficult, like relative to your record though. And just like less rounds to try and determine standings. But for the vast majority of people, it's like better for them. Alright, we get to be on the play. Here we go. Yeah, we'll try this. Looks pretty solid. Delver. Surprising. This is Delver. This is not a terrible hand at all. But I have the ultimate advantage of being on the play. Best possible thing. I hope they daze this. I just want them to. Come on, daze it. Daze it, opponent. Yes. Will that come back to bite me later? Possibly. But I live to do that. Whenever that comes up, I'll take the chance on it. So you need this expensive land if you want to play this deck. That's the only land that could possibly kill a creature at that point. Let's get Reclaimer. I think that's what we do here. I mean, they can't daze it. Yeah, it'll probably come back to bite us. That's how Magic Karma works. on untapped land. Actually, let's do this. Get the best green source in the deck. This will tie things up for a while. Oh yeah, they had to play their Shockland twice. It's okay. They play Delver. I'm sure they'll be fine. I hope they don't wasteland for one more turn. Alright, it's not bad. I guess Forest. And then we'll Cavern next turn if all goes to plan. Must avoid the wasteland. This would be the time for us to get screwed over by not needling, though. The vengeance of the Delver. Yes. The most reassuring thing for me as a Magic player is seeing that they make their land drop. Then you know the coast is clear. Then it's prime time. Ooh, that's a good one. I think we just get Cloudpost, Bojuka Bog here. Exploration and Wasteland. Yeah, you get to like force the Tabernacle to kill him. It must be nice. This deck you have to bait them. Lure them into the trap. Alright, Delver. Me too, Lomer boy. Me too. I think this is the opponent. Some random league I played against them, the same matchup. And I got into some like an aggro race, trying to race them with like my Reclaimers, just pretty crazy. And they like barely won the first game doing that. And I've played against this opponent quite a bit. This looks nice. Very safe hand, mana-wise. Just do this now, I guess. I mean, I guess if they're in a daze, I'd rather have Reclaimer not get dazed, but whatever. Let's take an Endurance. Mostly wanted the Cloudpost. Yeah, I'm still off the crop rotations. Just trying to avoid having to play risky spells entirely. Yeah, you always see me on like one of the weird decks I sometimes play. I feel like I have some opponents that are like that. Like only see them on some non-Cloudpost deck. Are you still running that blue splash list, Lomer boy? With like currency converter? That's pretty sweet. Yeah, you tend to wreck post, I'm sure. Let's get rid of Karakas. Did they miss their land drop? They did. Should we go get Tabernacle? They're Brainstorm locked too. Yeah, I think we should. Red Loam. Punishing Fire? That sounds pretty nasty. Now they get their Wasteland. How funny would it be if, like, I just pitch and evoke this Endurance and just get the Tabby back just for that? We have no shortage of creatures. Yeah, this would be a decent poker hand. If I wasn't F6ing, I think I would have went for a Endurance there. Oh well. And I love the conversation with chat. I do more poorly playing, but it's worth it. Worth it for sure. What are we getting here? We could be outside of bolt range now, which is pretty nice. Kind of want to bog them. But we have Endurance already for that, so... Yeah, let's just do... Let's fire one Endurance off. I guess right now. Before... I don't know. Let's see what they do with this. No, right now, before they have any mana. If they counter this, I'll probably just play the second one also. The most important thing is just stopping Murktide at this moment. If I'm left with like a single prime time, I can live with that. Alright, this happened. I guess I'll just play the stage. Probably get Cloudpost next. Hoping we can work to a Cavern of Souls prime time from here. This doesn't look too bad. It's not the worst. Alright. If we're lucky, we get an uncounterable prime time next turn. Just have to dodge Wasteland. Days. Do you guys, what's your opinion on Days? Would you like to see it banned? Or are you a never bad Days kind of person? Like, as a person that gets dazed often myself, I hope they never touch that card. It's like the legacy, the card of legacy to me. Bad brainstorm, Toady. You're one of those people. I thought that conversation died like a long time ago. But people still... Nah, man. Brainstorm is the epitome of legacy. Iteration Darcy. That's a good, definitely a good suggestion. I could be on board with that. Okay. Alright, so we have a prime time. That's gonna happen. 3, 1, 4. Yeah, we can get stuff out of this. I don't even want to get rid of any of these lands, really. Alright, fuck it. Let's not worry about maximizing this Reclaimer. Just get our shit. Can't be countered. Just thinking if they have Price of Progress, how safe we have to be here. Like, a big part of me doesn't really want to go get Chasm. But it might be worth doing. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4 non-basics. So we'll have like 6. They can deal 12 with that. Unless they have 3 power in the air, soon to be 6. So they can do like 18 potentially. Let's just get Chasm. Chasm and I guess another Cloud. Oh, let's get a Glimmerpost. That'll be the sacrificial lamb for this Chasm. I feel like I probably should have did something with Reclaimer pre-prime time. But I don't hate like any of the lands we currently have. Petty Theft. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when people wanted Tarmogoyf to be banned. Remember Show and Tell was like being called for at one point. Because of Gristlebrand. But those people, they learn to live with it. Oh, thanks for the subscription. Hinahara. Appreciate it. Force of Will and Days. Strong words. Man, so I've been playing a little bit of Modern recently. In particular, a blue deck in Modern. And like playing around counterspells in that format is kind of... It's a lot more fun than in Legacy, to be honest. I feel like you have to like pick your spots and like choose when you want to try and resolve like critical spells. But like... I don't know, it's like how like counters should actually be, in my opinion. I wonder if they misclicked. They wastelanded the Cavern. That's like the best one for us. Well, kinda, but... Alright, does this happen? First thing. Goblin Recruiter? Hell no. What do we want to do? I want to save both these Cloudposts at the very least. Now let's turn Green Sun for Excavator right here. That could potentially give us our land and allow me to keep both these things up. What's negation? Pretty happy we didn't go get Eye of Ugin that last prime time now. I think we're just gonna get Eye right here. Yeah, I hear the term time walked used probably more than it should. I feel like it usually, like, if something's like a time walk or the way they intend it to be, it's usually like pretty conditional on like a lot of specific things. Yeah, that'd be a good fix. Just like not let blue decks abuse like the same thing. I don't see how they could ever like template that right, like correctly, but I would be on board for that for sure. Oh, I feel so powerful right now. The world is our oyster. Let's see. I think we can have it so we can like cast something and also have an Emrakul next turn, right? 7. Yeah, we'd have potentially exactly enough mana. It's also being a little unsafe though too. Alright, I'm just gonna slam a prime time. I think it'll be fine. I'm not worried. I'll just like lose now because of this. Nah, I was not gonna cast Ulamog this turn. And I'm gonna get punished, I feel like. No, this is such a great spot to be in still. I think if we just play it really safe, we're gonna be fine. Man, they wouldn't have a third counter, would they? Oh, never mind, we don't have the green mana still. Forget what I said. I fear this one particular card that might be in their deck. If it were to happen, it would deal 10 damage right now. We must do everything possible to not experience this said card. And if I hadn't played stupid risky, we could have won next turn. I think I'm going to cast this though. That means land drop. Land drop is the thing I want most. Those aren't great lands. Come on, deck. Some better stuff. Alright, I'm gonna Once Upon a Time. Alright, that's the one I was looking for. I see it there in the distance. Alright, I think we're gonna have to go do the thing we do against Burn to play around Price of Progress and try and Ulamog all their lands. feel like that calls for this kind of a plan. I want to get this Tabernacle in the graveyard back into library. I don't know if I want to pitch the prime time to do it just yet, though. No, let's not Tabernacle ourselves. Let's just get a Cloudpost. No, I think we reset Chasm next turn. Do that. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I don't need green mana. Let's just get another stage Cloudpost, whatchamacallit. They need like 3 wastelands from here now. That's Cloudpost. I feel like I'm kind of playing this too safe at times. But that's right. I'm just going to hold these Cloudposts up. The best thing here. Alright, they're sick of it. Man, that killer Tabernacle, though. It's a feeling I haven't felt in a while. It's a good one, though. How's it going, Tekka? Yeah, how's it going, you guys? Hope you're having a good Sunday. Nah, don't activate the Eye. I was also just playing to around Wasteland. Just leaving the untapped stages at that point. Like, we're pretty much firmly in control of the game if we don't lose the Chasm. So we basically just play to that. Wouldn't mind Delver every round, but I would also hate my life if that were the case. That's why I kind of hate the showcases. I wonder from like the Delver player's point of view, like how good of a matchup Post is. Like I bet it's not like the best, but it's probably not the worst either. I feel like I am one of the better decks against it. Like, it doesn't seem as bad. But that might just be because I'm not in Delver's crosshairs currently. So I don't really know. Yeah, they probably would rather see Post than those 2 decks. Definitely Lands. Lands is like the Delver killer, right? I kind of want to just play Lands just to try and bully them. Nice, that's awesome, Tekka. I've been struggling against Jeskai as of late. Between like Mentor and sometimes losing my hand, I feel like it's not the easy matchup that it once was. Oh yeah, let's look at the double masters. What expensive pieces of cardboard are they trying to push on us with this next master set? Vegas October? Yeah, I'm down. 100%. I don't know how I missed that. But yeah, definitely. Who's hosting the event? Like, is it... Give me some info. I'm always down for a Vegas trip, though. Especially if it involves Magic. Best place to scrub a tournament. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in 100%. It's Echo. Yeah, I think it's Prismatic Ending I would blame for a lot of my troubles against Jeskai more than anything. Just can't keep around like strong permanents that you used to be able to in the matchup. Oh, thanks, Mitchell. Appreciate it. Sorry, I'm missing like people's like specific comments. Yeah, I love your company, everyone. Try and you can just like ask me something again if I miss it. Gotta focus on the games and still play poorly. Is there any As Foretold deck in any format? This card's always kind of intrigued me. I don't know like if there's any way to abuse it really. I was thinking maybe in like one of the Cascade decks in Modern, it could be a way to like play your 0 mana spell from hand, but it's probably just not worth it. Alright, I can Concordant Crossroads and Food Chain. Yeah, these are a lot of good reprints. This is the Portal 3 Kingdoms, Final Fortune. I think it was foretold that this card will be super broken someday. I don't know, it's kind of crazy when you look at it. Like the fact you can play the stupid cards that you can only like suspend. I bet there's some like broken way to abuse it out there. I think as far as like mythics that like are kind of shitty go, don't you guys think Mox Amber someday will be like super broken? Like it's one of the worst mythics or the worst boxes currently, but someday they'll make like a legendary leyline creature or something that just lets you get like an extra free mana off Amber. I bet like that Mox Amber will probably be broken at some time. I can foresee that. But yeah, these are some... This is a pretty good set. Mana Drain. Oh, Shepherd. Card was like impossible to find. Imperial Seal. Yeah. Really? I know I've seen Mox Amber in a modern combo deck. I'm tripping over my words. It used the red Yawgmoth's Will that's banned in Legacy with the monkey. You know what I'm talking about. Finally. Yeah, damn, $44? The fuck? Yeah, under rope reach. Thank you. My memory for names of Magic cards. It's not what it used to be. Remember like parts of names and shit. Look, you guys. It's the one creature that one-upped Emrakul. A lowly rare. This thing would beat Emrakul in a fight. I doubt it. Surgical's expensive at times. Green Sun's one of my favorite cards. Yeah, like I like all these cards in this set. There'd just be no need for me to like ever buy packs of it though. But at least they're giving people their money's worth. Just looking at this. Like there's finally a large enough card pool where they don't have to throw in it was a shitty cycle of like mythics. Like the tree thing, that's like an 013 tree, there's a mythic. You could get that tree, or you could get Mox Opal. Yeah, everything they print is for Commander nowadays. Do you know if they have reprinted Goblin Settler at any point? That was a card I think should needed a reprint for like the longest time and just never did. Not sure if it was like released in one of these sets or Secret Lair. Okay, that's good. I was kind of hoping it'd be in this set, if anything. How much are these packs? What's the retail price? Oh, what lands do they put in this set? My favorite part of a spoiler. Old Ulamog. By far the shittiest of the Eldrazi. The one where the reprint was just clearly better. Yeah, me neither. I know there's an Elvish Spirit Guide in a Secret Lair too that I didn't know about until like just recently. Too many cards to keep track of. Oh, top. Mox Diamond was like the last one that got a reprint like that. And then supposedly some people got really upset about it. And then it was like a loophole that let them reprint reserveless cards. Loophole. But like they did that with a couple other cards in those sets. And then yeah, it was like the very last one I think that got that. I don't think people lost their minds. I don't buy it. I remember I definitely had 2 of those Mox Diamonds at one point. I think I sold them and they were like $30 or something. Something dumb. Letting people afford powerful cards. Can't do that. Talking to a lawyer? I feel like that'd be like really shaky like legal grounds though. Like the reserve list is not like a legally binding document. It's just like a policy from a company. A company that just like goes back and forth on things they say all the time. Yeah, I remember the Judge Foils. There's like a Yogwill, Survival. And the Judge Foils used to be really sweet too. I feel like those were pretty good like compensation for judges. Like even when before they would explode in price, like the reserve list ones, I they're still like a couple $100, I feel like. Like Demonic Tutor. Even know what like survival would be at this point. Do you have any of those Judge Foils in your cube, Tony? Like I imagine you're looking for them if you don't already have them. Oh yeah, Dreadnought, I remember. I think like Memory Jar as well, but I think that's a reserve list card. I don't remember. This claims it's like $1,800, the Judge Foil one. That is nuts. Yeah, thank you, Incomplicit. That's what I thought. I know there's like some Latin term for like something. I don't remember exactly what people would claim it was, but like, I feel like a lot of people saying that stuff are like definitely don't have like a law education. And it seems like very conspiracy theory-ish too, like some of the excuses I've heard for the reserve list. Like there's a secret cabal that like is hoarding like dual lands or something and they don't want to lose their fortune. Like, it's bullshit. It's just not part of their plan on making money. I don't think it's anything more than that, really. Oh, the one. Nice, Sinhara. How are you doing, man? Yeah, Promisorious Novel. Thank you. I don't know what that means at all, but that was the term that I've seen before. Yeah, I think that if they did it correctly, like, everybody could be happy. Like, the older cards will still be collectible, even if they're... Like, they'll never reprint, like, a revised Underground Sea ever again. And... I don't know. I don't really want to argue about reserve list. I know everyone agrees with me, in my opinion on it. But, it's just a card game. It's just pieces of cardboard. And they're expensive because the game of Magic is great. Like, the fact that it's a good game is the reason they're expensive. Oh yeah, that'd be awesome if they did snow duels. Birds, also lightning bolts. You look at original printings of Bolt. That card gets reprinted. Should not be the hundreds of dollars that it is. Tevis Rograth. Well, when they first made the reserve list, I wasn't playing back then, so I don't know like what the attitude was actually among players back then. It kind of seems like they made that policy in response to, I don't know, people like saw reprints and they probably freaked out like, oh shit, like they're just gonna reprint everything to hell, and they just did that to like calm people's tension, even if they never intended to like just reprint everything like crazy. I don't know, it was probably different back then. If they knew the cards would be like thousands of dollars in the future, like I don't think they would make the same kind of policy that they did. But it's just my theory. Nice, Onion Lotus. Me and you both just beat Delver. Did you beat him with a Tabernacle as well? Hope you did. Make the Delvers fear the Tabby. I don't know, just like... They wouldn't even have to like... They could just never reprint the cards on the reserve list. Just like killing all hope of ever being able to play those cards though just seems like the worst option they could possibly do. And I feel like even with non-reserve list cards, like, they do well enough with reprints to keep cards valuable, like even if they're not reserve list cards. I don't know, it's just bothersome. There seems like no reason not to just reprint them once in a blue moon at the very least. Try and appeal to like as wide a variety of potential like customers and players as possible. Yeah, that's true power creep wise with anything but the lands though. Like all the expensive reserve list cards are mana sources. And they just never like top those out, like ever. Yeah, Liz, I baited them into dazing something when I was on the play, and just followed it up with a turn 2 Tabernacle. I have to trick them into it. I don't get to rush out Wastelands and Tabbies like you do. Yeah, I was thinking they'll probably reprint them at some point, I would think. Right, we're on the draw for this third round. Yeah, when I first started getting into Legacy, and I was looking at these older cards that were expensive, like, I immediately saw Tabernacle and thought, like, man, this is a crazy powerful land. Like, land should not do that like that card does. And how much for your Tabernacle was it when you bought it, Lotus? I bought 2 of them when they were like $90 each. This was like over 10 years ago. And even at that time, I was like really nervous about buying them. Just because I was like way more expensive than I'd ever spent on like a single card. Like, who would have known though? Yeah, that's like the exact same thing as like Tabernacle, the one. Like, I don't have Cradles either. Like, I'm priced out if ever playing that. Which sucks, just because I don't know, I might like potentially want to play Elves someday. But buying Cradles, that ship has long sailed. Like, back around that time when I did buy the Tabernacles, I was considering buying Cradles as well. And I remember at the time, a Cradle was like $20, and the foil Cradles were like $25. And I was like, why would I want foil versions of that card? I'll just get the regular non-foil ones. Foolish. But then I still sold the non-foil ones before they were thousands of dollars. It was like an overall loss anyway. Yeah, exactly, Yukon. I had that same feeling. 5 ticks, yeah. It's cheaper online if you want to play those cards. Against just 6. Alright, so they mold. This hand is pretty... It's very boring, but it could be potentially solid. I feel like Delver. I think I'm going to try this. Oh, Grim Monolith. That's probably like, it's the one other foil card that could compete with Cradle, price-wise, if I were to guess. Like, if you have the money to be able to spend on like a reserveless card that you really want, I would say probably just go buy it. But like, I wouldn't treat it like an investment though. Like, otherwise I just would not buy reserveless cards currently. Jeez, 2,500. Winter 2017. Tony, did you ever know Nathan Cardinal when he lived in Phoenix? I think he was before he moved here. But he had like a crazy collection of Magic cards. I think between like him, his dad, and his uncle, they had like 9 power 9s or something. And supposedly he had the test foil Cydia traders. I've only ever like seen those like one time. Avenger Eternal Weekend had them at one point. Yeah, he had like all the crazy old cards. Like Recruiters when they were like as expensive as Tabernacles. Yeah, kind of just seems pretty much like any other investment in that sense. Yeah. Any kind of like art or something that follows that same kind of, you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, and these Once Upon a Times. This card has been failing me today. I'm gonna take Bojuka Bog. Let's try and get a Reclaimer out. I don't know, like, I'm obviously not like a financial expert, but I feel like the worst thing you could do is just store dollars in a bank account. I don't know, it just doesn't seem like it's really worth anything. I think that's something to do with just the state of the economy. Like, Pokemon cards, for example, also became really expensive. Like, anything collectible, really. But if you store it in a bank, you get like 10 cents for every like $1,000 every year. How can you compete with that? I'm gonna bog this turn. See if we can get another daze out of it, though. Just as I expected. I want to be dazed. Do you guys think the housing market will crash at some point? Because I kind of want to buy a house at some point, but it's kind of bullshit, that whole system. Logan Paul is a Pokemon card chain. It's baller. This is the first edition Charizard. I have to clear it with the banks. Make sure they determine I'm eligible to be able to buy something. I have good credit. Oh, that's awesome, Lomerroy. I have a first edition Machamp somewhere. Like everybody else does. Fuck, throw this on the chain. Put that shit in a safe. Yeah, the people that moved from California, they made it expensive for the rest of us, supposedly. God, are we gonna get to a prime time on turn 6? God, I hope so. It's bullshit because, like, as far as just like straight amount of money, it's like cheaper to have a mortgage at times than it is to pay rent. But it's just dependent on like if you get allowed to take out loans for a house. I don't know, I feel very strongly about this. I think it's bullshit. Let's make this a basic forest. Hunter Pence. I've heard that name before. It says image, but it's just a jumbled text. Maybe it's one of those texts that shows a picture of a person or something. Alright. Can we draw a land next turn? That will determine our fate. I'm just gonna Scalding Tarn with this one. I would let you post a link if I could get around their technical jibber jabber. Oh, don't jinx it, Jida. Like, watch, we're gonna get like a chasm or something. I guess that wouldn't be the worst. Untapped land, please. Untapped mana producing land. Alright, I'm gonna Google this while they're cantripping. Look at that baller. I wouldn't do that with my Lotus. Protect that. Untapped mana producing land. Let's go. Untapped mana producing land. Untapped mana producing land. Not even an untapped land or a tapped land. The Moto gods are not with us today. I don't know. I've never heard of this person. I've heard the name, but I know nothing about him. 100 mil. Yeah, if I had 100 mil, I suppose I would buy some nice magic cards at least. Could see that being something I'd want. Bolt. I knew it. Man, that was the most anemic draw I've ever seen. Couldn't get to 6 mana on turn 6. City. I wonder what this thing even calls a City of Traders. It's probably not even on this program. Yeah. It's like the first ever foil card. There's like different versions as well. As like far as like tournament legality of them, like you have to ask the judge beforehand if they're fine. Which is weird. $15 grand. Yeah, I believe it. That regular price kind of seems like one of the cheaper reserve list lands, though. It's more cheaper than I would expect it to be. Yeah, I only saw them. I saw 2 of them at a vendor at one of the Eternal weekends I went to. Had 2 of them. I was in awe. I don't remember what they were asking for it though. Just never would consider buying it. Yeah, how's it going? Oh, I like proxies. I think we should have more proxy tournaments if we can't get reprints. Like in Arizona, we already do that. And it's like prevented like our format from dying. Man, Santa's pretty close. It would be dependent on this once upon a time finding a green source. If it did, I think I'll take this. I'm gonna take a chance on it. This could definitely go south, though. I think they should have proxy events. I feel like they should have some sort of standard, though, for the usage of them. And I don't know how they would do that in a way that's fair, but that people are cool with. Yeah, I agree, Jaitim. I was thinking if the community is there to do it, we could just have our own tournaments. We don't need wizards for there. Oh man, that Yavimaya? That's the green source you give me? I'll take it, but... I hope they don't wasteland this Yavimaya. Oh, they better not do that. I bet they will. Don't do it, 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 don't do it. Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't expect Wizards to ever want people to play Legacy at any point ever again. I don't think like Legacy Grand Prix are ever coming back. Yeah, let me not F6. Let me not tell them I don't have crop rotation. Be a stupid decision. Oh, I like Tony. Do you know for like the Arizona events? I think I heard somewhere that like you either have to have a deck that's entirely proxy or like no proxies at all. I'm not sure what like the specific rule was, but I feel like at some point I heard that as like the proxy rule. If you guys are really into just competitive Eternal formats, like I would urge you to try out what I'm like doing right now. Like I didn't used to play much Moto, but ever since COVID kind of forced me to do that. I don't know, I think this is pretty good for what it's worth. Are we getting a Tabernacle here? I kind of want to. They've been missing on lands. What happened with this Ponder? They shuffled. Yeah, let's try and tax the hell out of them. Gotcha. The only time I used a proxy was for a Boseiju, when there just weren't anywhere. Boseiju. God. Alright, let's just plan to Reclaimer this turn for Cloudpost. Might be down to even just get rid of Tabby. Kind of want to unlock my own mana. At least for like a single turn. And if we're lucky we can Excavator something back. Yeah, I could even just go get like a Cavern. I found another land. Alright. I think I just want Cloudpost here though. Like if things go sour, at least we have the most options with Cloudpost here. Alright, you served us well, Tabernacle. We thank you. Alright, here comes the mana finally. Alright, let's play this now. I think I'm going to Endurance on their upkeep here. Should I do it right now, do you think? I think I don't even care. No, best case, like our next card is Emrakul. Let's just like play it now. I would like this to happen. I wish we had access to God accounts all the time. That'd be awesome. Like, you even get to play other like cards you can't play like any other way, like the kitten. Wasteland. What are you gonna do? Do you just want to eat this wasteland? Just eat it. Yeah, I feel like we're not getting around this at any point anyway. I don't know. Alright, I'll just pass actually. Change of plans. What are we doing? That's the question. Lead with Excavator. They're gonna have a counter for whatever we do. I'm gonna start with this. I might be down to even follow it up with a prime time after that. Let's see what happens. Okay, awesome. Let's Vesuva Cloudpost. Alright, I did not think that was gonna happen. Kinda wanted to just fire off like a Green Sun for like... Yeah, let's go try and Green Sun for a prime time. Wait, no. Wait. Did I tap it correctly already? Might have. Mostly I just want to keep Reclaimer up. I don't feel like we should use this to... Maybe to at least get like another Reclaimer. Oh yeah, we have the 3 mana. Never mind. Yeah, let's just get another Endurance. Try to get another one. Brain is not functioning fully today for whatever reason. Alright, this is fine. I bet the prime time might have been able to happen. I think I'd rather just hold up the Reclaimer at this point. This Force of Negation card is powerful, but it's definitely not a Force of Will. That's for sure. Oh, thank you, BHMTG. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. Just not waste any time here. Let's get this down. Imagine they'll scoop. Surgical. Oh, they're just getting info. Oh, I should have bogged them just to deny them info. What are they up to? What's in their deck? Oh, yeah, that's right. You were the one that it did well recently. How are those hearses in your sideboard? Haven't tried that card yet, but card is a banger. From the other formats I played it in. I guess I'm just not super inclined to try it, just because I feel like the graveyard hate is already pretty good in this deck, but it's colorless, so it's easy on the mana. It definitely keeps pace with these Delirium decks that are trying to just like go nuts. I know this from like Modern, at least, from the bit I've played with that card there. Yeah, I'll have to test it out. Maybe, like, if I wanted to switch things up, maybe cut, like, 2 of the carpets for, like, 2 hearses. My carpet's pretty much only for Delver more than anything. But hearse would also be pretty good for that. I don't know. The full set of carpets seems like the most outdated thing in this, but I also don't know what I'd replace it with just yet, if I were to do that. I think Delver is just that big of a presence that it's still worth having those. Man, I wish I had just honestly bogged them before they surgicaled. I should have done that. I hate when they surgical you. Feels like I'm being violated or something. I mean, they would have lost at that point anyway. Hey, how many lands do we have? Could they have priced us to death? I don't know, I should have bogged them. Worst mistake today. I should put this Rec Sage in. Maybe they're expecting me to not answer that. Jax. I should find the screenshots of them. There's definitely been times for against Delver. I had just like 3 basic forests and 3 carpets, and I just like cast all my Eldrazi off of those. Just Mishra's Workshop in a green. We're gonna try it. Now that you say carpet. This is one of those hands that could go very well. I have faith. Channel, yeah. That seems like ridiculous to want to play Channel. Oh, we're in business. Oh yeah. I think we reclaim. No, I think we just carpet here. Yeah. Their lack of a third color makes them weak to enchantments. Let's punish them. Jeez. I'm gonna dump my hand. All my stuff that's less than 6 mana this turn for sure. How are we ordering it though? That's the main question. What is of most critical importance? I think Endurance is the... Oh, they don't even have a graveyard. Alright, let's not think too hard. I don't like thinking hard today. I don't think they would be holding it days at this point, just to deny me mana. You don't have days. Like, I have seen Delver opponents do that, just to take my carpets off of mana. But I detect weakness. And if they play a 3rd island, we're Kozileking next turn. Maybe we're not. The turn after that, though, we probably will. Yeah. I can do simple multiplication and addition. I promise. If we draw a Glimmerpost, we can do it. Petty Theft. Oh god, what is this? Really targeting Endurance. Come on. Oh, we can just slam Prime Time. Let's just do that. A blue deck with 1 card in hand. Is there any better feeling in the world than seeing that? Alright, 4. Alright, let's do this. play around days if they finally found it. Yes. If you hate Delver, you probably are enjoying this stream. Gotten to beat some Delver opponents up today. I thought that was a good Carpet of Flowers hand, though. Like, I'll take a chance on that, like, any day against this deck. That card won us the game. And it was a fast round. I think it's not super fast. Felt like it was fast, though. And yeah, so check out this this Yori on Cloudpost list that I trophy with the other day. There's no purpose of running Yorion with Cloudpost, but I was pretty bored and wanted more space in a deck to build with. So this is what I came up with. Yeah, GG's. Yeah, I appreciate it. I thought you were the opponent for a second. And if you are the opponent, yeah, GG's. Yeah. No usage for Yorion. Like, you can imagine a world where you get to blink like a Prime Time, but that's not very likely to happen. Like, the only way you have the mana to do so is via Carpet, or like a Cavern, or the Karakas. Like, some way to get the 2 mana for that. But yeah, this league that I played in yesterday, I basically, like, Yorion just never came up all league until like the very last game of for the trophy. And it was insane for this last game. I'm gonna just pull up the replay now. I got nothing better to do. I think I just like searched it up like a single time even. Or was it this one? Yeah, it's like a lot has to go right though. So I knew I was against Delver, and as evidenced by the previous game, you can count on Carpet hands. Boo days. Sleeving 80 card decks is probably annoying. Probably you have to have like big enough hands to be able to hold it properly. I should just slow it down. Alright, this part's not really irrelevant. So yeah, stirrings. I don't want to play the needle into days. This middle button is just like play by play, right? I think so. Alright. A little worried at this point, just because I don't have a threat. But I feel like we're going to be fine mana-wise. But as they say, trust in the cards. Like, we'll draw into something good. Oh, there's a Prime Time. I sped through that part. I'm not going to play this Prime Time into days, but probably the following turn, I might take a chance at it. Why not? Man, I hate this replay system. I skipped all the relevant stuff. Yeah, I think the deck should be displayed correctly if they're working properly, the platforms. Alright, so I'm just going to slam the Prime Time here. I don't expect it to happen, but I don't really have much time. Like, they're going to hit me for 6. I guess 3 if I play the maze out and that lasts. As a miracle, like, the Prime Time just resolves, which was like a surprise to me. So I'm thinking like, okay, well, I'm going to get Chasm for sure, most likely, as one of the lands. Either Chasm or like multiple Glimmerposts, most likely. Because for the second land, there's a whole bunch of lands I could see us getting. Possibly like Eye of Ugin, possibly Tabernacle just to slow them down from what they're doing. Possibly like a stage to be able to play, like reset Chasm within another couple turns. I'm also kind of worried about price of progress at this point. But then it occurred to me that, like, oh, I have this Yorion in my sideboard. What if I go get, like, a Cavern of Souls, name Bird, and just, like, guarantee that I flicker my prime time? So, being, like, the experimental scientist that I sometimes am, I went that route. Casting the Cavern, naming Bird. That was a cool first. We have all the fucking mana we need, so... It's the 8 mana for getting Yorion and playing it is nothing. And the carpet gives us the second white, so that's covered. Alright, I'm going to speed it up now. And now it's just like a primetime trigger every turn for the rest of the game. Which is like the thing D&T does with their Yorion. Definitely getting a Karakas with this first blink trigger. And from this point on, I'm just deciding to do what I do against Burn and just try and play it safe. Never give them a window to price me if they have it in hand. And eventually just Ulamog like all their lands and make that not be a possibility. I'm a little bit worried about like Meltdown or Brazen Borrower on this Needle. If they wasteland me, they just kill me right here. So that is like the one kind of fear I'm having. Probably should have played the Mazavith the previous turn. And not just died to like the Murktide. But yeah, prime time every turn. I'm glad like the very last game for the trophy I got to like live this dream. Like the one time Yorion was like actually relevant. But you need to bring the carpets in pretty much to be able to do it. And then yeah, just get a bunch of shit. Eventually I'll get Eye of Ugin and start Ulamogging them and start taking out their lands. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't even think of that. I guess I could respond to an answer to my Needle in that case. Boseiju. Sometimes I feel like I underestimate that card. Alright, that map happening means I can eye this turn. Get the Ulamogging started. I have a full set of ballistas in this list as well. Which basically gives you the option to be able to kill the opponent without giving up the chasm. Which I did not think about at the time. But I like the Ulamog from here. And anytime they aren't able to possibly price me, then I'll just get Emrakul and finish them. Yeah, I was thinking if this challenge hadn't gone well today, I'd play like another Yorion League for you guys. I'm trying to like do a stream of it at the very least. Maybe... I don't want to jinx the challenge. It's been a good challenge so far. Maybe like tomorrow I'll do like a league. It's kind of annoying that they had their fetch land to protect like a second red source. But between like Tabernacle and... yeah, it's... yeah, now they can't price me, so the coast is clear. And the opponent told me after the game, like, yeah, I had priced the whole time. Oh my god. I was thinking of just risking it at one point too. But I like to annoy Delver opponents with chasms and that shit. So yeah, that was pretty cool. I'm glad Yorion made an appearance that league. But otherwise there's like... this just feels like a worse version of the regular list though. Just wanted to be able to include more cards that I like. Yeah, I was thinking about that. If it got like countered. Did they counter it? I think they did. Oh yeah. I like when lands runs like 2 maps at least. I think it's well worth having multiple copies of that card. I feel like Expedition map is among the more underrated cards. Not just in Magic in general, but like, I don't know, I love map. Alright, I'm gonna turn the AC on. It's very hot here. You're back. Yeah, exactly, Dried him. Like, that's kind of how I saw it. Endurance with the whole like tutor package in my deck as well. I know a lot of other players that play this deck. I see them with like 2 Boseijus, which is entirely reasonable. But I feel like if I need a second one, I can just always endurance the first one back, or I don't know. I feel like I don't need to Boseiju more than one thing all that often. I haven't tried that yet. I have seen that in a couple lists. That's the legendary thing that like channels for like a regrowth, right? Yeah, I can't imagine it's good, but I should at least try it at the very least. I think I have the card. I think I'm thinking of the right card. This thing, right? Yeah, it's a 4-mana regrowth. Like 4 mana to return 1 card. I don't know. Like you could green some for an Eternal Witness for that same amount, and just have like a pretty flexible green creature. It's cool if like things are going well already, but I mean, if I have like 6 mana, I'd rather just like prime time. But we know channel is a powerful mechanic though, so I shouldn't underestimate it. Yeah, and also like a basic forest, as boring as they are, they're not nothing. Which ironically, you're kind of like weakening yourself to other Boseijus each time you cut like a basic. I have the Artifact Power 9. I never owned the blue ones, but yeah, I still have them. Kind of hope I never have to sell them. But as I say, like everybody has a price, and if I ever like need the money, or if it's just so ridiculously expensive that I want the money instead, I'll just sell it then. I don't even know how you'd go about like selling something like that. I'm a little like nervous about like trying to sell it if I ever were to do that. Yeah, I'll go to. I registered for the Legacy Pit. If they have a Eternal Weekend, I'm down to go to that as well. Yeah, the Power 6. Producing mana without colors. Yeah, as of somebody telling me in my chat previously today, I'm definitely going to Vegas. Oh, what's this event in Vegas that's happening? Is it a Legacy? Is it a Grand Prix? Let's see if I can Google it before anybody tells me. Anniversary. Oh yeah, I'd be down to play some Modern. I was considering going to the last one they had, like last fall. It was the same weekend as the online, like Eternal Weekend. And, yeah. It was a dilemma between which of those 2 things to do, but, like, stay at home, play 3 tournaments of a format you really enjoy, versus going to Vegas, playing in, like, a big in-person event, which is really cool, but not expecting to do well in Modern. Just opted for Eternal Weekend. And it paid off because I was one of the top 8 people, so that was nice. But I wish they had done a different weekend. Like any other time would have been good. But yeah, I'm down to go to some play in Vegas. It's the best place to scrub out in a tournament, for sure. It's very easy to get food and all that good stuff. If anyone here was playing Legacy back when like Star City used to come out to the West Coast, like they used to come to Vegas every once in a while, and they used to like have it in the lobby or like the ballroom of this hotel that was like way closer to the Strip. I thought that was like way better than at like the Vegas Convention Center, where like Grand Prix just would be held from then on. I bet it was probably expensive though to get a place like that to host it. I don't know. Vegas seems like a pretty good place to host a tournament though in general. It's very accessible, easy to get around, lots of accommodations. $30-year-long birthday card. Ash. Even though you can't play cards from 30 years ago, we can at least remember them and celebrate them. Are you going to Vegas, Tony? I imagine you're probably going to this. I bet most Arizona people will make the drive. Or just fly there. It used to be really cheap to just fly to Vegas. Just take like a 30-minute plane ride for like $100. I think it's worth not driving 5 hours. Kind of a scary route too, coming from Phoenix. Yeah, if you guys like want a carpool or something, I'd probably be down as well. How's it going, Mario? Yeah, it's only a 6-round today. This is pretty surprisingly low turnout for a Sunday challenge. But I'm kind of happy that it's just a shorter one. I like these shorter events. Yeah, it's just under the threshold. Actually, isn't 64 like the minimum they require? So they're probably just like waiting for people to join. I think there's something going on in like Europe right now, like a tournament or something. I saw people posting about. So I bet like people are probably like playing at that instead. Yeah, like, the Saturday ones are like nice and quick. Like luckily for you, just on the East Coast, it's like somewhat reasonable. Like 7 a.m. right? From Richmond. Like here it's like 4 a.m. If I play in it, I'll just like stay up all night. It's easier than like waking up in the morning for these other ones. But sometimes I envy like people on the East Coast though. Like the Sunday one's just so well timed. Just you just have to like kind of commit to your afternoon, I guess, if you do well with it. Oh, okay, tier 1. That makes sense. I bet there's not. I bet some of the European players probably missing from here. Like, yeah, like Aaron Relentless. I think he's the one I saw the tweet from. Romario, this is like a random like challenge from like multiple years ago. But do you remember playing in one where like I think it was after like the 4th round or something, like something glitched and it just said the round, like the timer just kept going up, and then it got to like 4 hours or something at one point. That's just like a really random anecdote, but I thought that was just kind of ridiculous. But then like it restarted like 4 hours later, and like half the people had already dropped. I just remember seeing like a screen print of it at some point, like kind of recently, and just like noticed a bunch of the names on that. Like, I don't know if anybody else remembers that, but it's probably like a pretty good event to win. The people that like could stick around and play it. Like I just scooped to my whenever it restarted. I like had plans at that point. I don't know why it would just like go on for infinite time though. Who knows though? It's our motto. One of the prelim events I was playing in, like I was the last round, and then our third game, even the opponent, it did the that thing where it like shows a replay and makes you restart the game, which I hadn't seen that error ever before. But it happened to us then, and like everybody in the tournament had to wait like 30 minutes longer just because of the glitch. That was kind of silly. It's told up the whole tournament. But yeah, anyways. Man, 8 undefeated. Nice clean 64 people. I think for some easy standings. If we win this round, are we in? I think we would be in like a normal event. I don't know if I trust Moto tiebreakers or like scooping, but yeah, there'll be 4 undefeateds after this. Yeah. In the regular tournament, I think we'd be in though. But since you can't ID, I guess you just have to play it out. At least like the following round. Man, why would it just like randomly show replays? I don't understand like how it would possibly be programmed to like do that. Two 4-2s. Yeah, it's too close for comfort. I would just play it out. And they should like give you that option to like draw. Seems like a pretty basic thing. But I feel like the players that get to that point, like, they earned it, though. It's like in, like, a sports, if, like, you made the playoffs, you, like, rest your best players, so you don't... Not to get rest, but... I don't know, you're rewarded for doing better earlier in the season. First world problems. I like to gripe about that. Alright, we're on the draw. Play it out. If I'm 5-0, I don't want to jinx it, but if I do, I'm going to scoop to the opponent. I don't care. Did you get any good stuff in your packs, Tony? Any of the good mythics? Like, looking at the spoilers, it seems like a pretty cool set. These are such clunkers in the hand. Man, it's kind of greedy to ship this, 'cause I think this could be okay, but I'm gonna be greedy. I think we can do better. Yeah, I like this more. Let's put one of these needles back. Like, you don't need more than one needle in most cases. Tony, did you go to... I know, like, Gary was telling me, like, some sort of, like, pre-release or something for Streets. There's something that, like, was imitating drugs or something. It was, like, candy. Did you, like, get any of that from that? Did that end up happening? It sounded ridiculous, but... the promo seemed kind of funny. I'm gonna find the article about it. I don't think I'd eat something that came from wizards. Yeah, they've established that it's not a drug. That is not the case. Bloodstained Mire. Reanimator? Like, that's the only thing I could, like, think of from here. I almost want to just take the Kozilek. I think we're going to be fine with mana. I'm going to take Kozilek. Let's start with... let's leave with the needle and see what they fetch up. I'll likely needle Wasteland, unless they show me something otherwise here. And then it'll probably be like Gristlebrand if we think it's Reanimator. That's Reanimator. Alright, let's just say Gristle. I honestly don't know, though. Is it part of, like, the story in the set? Like, a mechanic? I don't follow magic lore at this point. Too much lore. Oh, it's Reanimator. And because of Archon of Cruelty now, I feel like just needling Gristlebrand's not even that useful of a thing. Like, you just tell them to go get Archon instead. Alright. This thing is so cruel, so mean. I thought they'd make like a token for the drug, and it would just be like a gold token, like a lotus petal. Like that's like their go-to for anything like that. Replaying? Oh, Reanimator, that's right. Let's get rid of some Eldrazi. These maps are pretty slow. I don't know, I'm not high on Needle. I was just explaining. I guess it's still probably worth it in case they like looting into Gristlebrand, but I'll keep the needles in still. Let's cut Rec Sage, cut a Prime Time. Oh, anyway, Tabernacle's bad. Let's cut that. Yeah, let's bring Kozilek in. If we get shit like Thoughtseize, I want to have some means of like shuffling shit back in. Yeah, I've been impressed by the times like playing against and with Archon. I feel like the bar to be a giant fatty creature in Legacy is so high already. So the fact that like Archon sits alongside like Gristlebrand and Emrakuls is kind of like a testament. Like no matter what deck you are, like one of its abilities is like so painful. At least one of them. True to its name. Show and tell would be risky for them. Like, even against an Archon, I think I would be fine with getting a Pride time out of it. I think I could still win from then. At least we have our instant speed interaction post-board. It's pretty critical. Their best way is just playing around, like, entombing, like, end of turn. This is bad. It's also not great, but I think because of the endurance, I'll take a chance on it. We have to live 2 turns to get to Reclaimer if we keep this. But I think this is a worthy 6-card hand. Yeah, we can beat the Emissary. Like, you could eventually annihilate enough of this stuff to where they'd have to sack it. But that's also a pain in the ass at times. Let's see what the opponent does as far as mulligans. I don't think I can turn this back, though. Like, if they want to, like, looting into Gristlebrand, this Needle could potentially slow that down. And then we just pray we can Green Sun, get a Reclaimer to the 3rd turn. We have 7. Yeah, that's kind of scary. Alright, I'm going to still go with it. No, we'll just say Gristlebrand. I guess we could have potentially, like, show and tell in Kozilek if they go that route, but if they have Archon, it's pretty pointless. If I was on the draw, I think I'd probably try for a different hand. Let's see if they, like, Thoughtseize or Grief here. If they don't kill us, if that's the case. Kind of hope we draw another green card next turn. Alright, this is a good sign for us. Alright, there's our thing to show and tell in, if they do that. And a green card. I think just what I wanted. Alright, one more turn. That's all we need. Let's see if they entomb here. Which I would expect to be the case. Kind of feels like a show and tell. Getting show and tell vibes here. And don't unmask. Don't Thoughtseize. Don't do anything bad, please. And they kind of have to go right this turn before Reclaimer comes on. they fetching? Not blue source. I guess they have pedal. Doesn't really matter. That's bad. It's not good. Hopefully they don't entomb here. Entomb reanimate. Or die. Oh, they're gonna take my prime time. I don't think I care about this, to be honest. I don't know, I guess they could just, like, ramp to enough mana to just be able to cast their Archon of Cruelty. What if their hand is, like, Ritual into, like, into Reanimate spell, though? I don't think I want to Endurance this. And if I were a Reanimator player at this point, would I be holding back? I feel like they would have taken my Endurance if they had that, right? Because then they would have just taken Endurance and just went for it right then. Alright, I'm going to use it then. Yeah, then they would have just taken Endurance and got their own thing. Endurance, me. Yeah, alright. I found the logic. Alright, I think we're probably be okay now. Knock on wood. Just gonna Cloudpost here, I guess. Nice, that's good. Alright, we'll get a Thespian stage probably next and just try and Dark Depths them. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I'll give up the crop rotation by getting a stage here. But we still have Reclaimer to get an emergency bog if we need to. And if they can't do anything, then we can Dark Depths the following turn. Gristlebrand. I don't even know if I'd bog Gristle. Probably just should if I'm not doing anything else. I mean, we have it needled. We could potentially Karakas it. Oh, they might have an Entomb. Okay, well, this crop rotation might get him. Alright, let's leave a green mana back. We need to get Bog here. After this happens, they might Entomb in response. And then the crop rotation should be like our trump card. Let's see if they have it. No, okay. Yeah, let's just hold on to the crop for now. Let's see why. That's really good. If they pass the turn here, I'm just gonna crop out for those Arc Depths and probably just go for it. No reason to drag this out any longer than it would have to be. I think I'll crop right away the Cloudpost when I do that. Just in an emergency situation, keep the bog around. And also like the green source, I think. Yeah, I do love me some Dark Depths myself. It's an Archon of Cruelty. Alright, let's just bog this. Bog number 2. Dark Depths will have to wait. Alright, let's see if we can go just one more turn then. It's getting to the point where, like, it almost seems like unnecessarily risky to even go for Dark Depths. But I'm just gonna do it. What does Reanimator have, you know? But yeah, Dark Depths kind of fell out of favor for a bit. I feel like as like the white removal got so much better, kind of felt like a liability to go for it. But it definitely comes up against Delver at times. Sometimes you can just go for a quick victory and not have to worry about playing around Price of Progress. Also, the red Stompy deck is it's kind of like a pull the rabbit out of the hat kind of trick against him. Gets you out of like a difficult matchup sometimes. I still don't really go for it all that often though. It's just so risky. Alright, can we win one on the draw? The ultimate challenge. Reanimator against Reanimator on the draw. Not even blue decks want to be in that spot. Yeah, it's kind of reassuring. I like having that possible route to like really quick victory. This is definitely a mulligan. And does nothing. If it's ended a green source, would I keep it? Probably. Oh, yeah, it's a crop partition. Yeah, most definitely I would. But it doesn't, so we're doing this. And this is better. These Once Upon a Times are potentially Endurance, so we're going to keep those around. And we'll put the Vesuva back. Just because we want these to be in library. And the opponent mulliganed as well. That's good. Every time I've played Reanimator, like the last couple times, it's just felt like super inconsistent to me. Which makes me sad to say, because I used to play this deck all the time, but it's just not my thing really anymore. Alright, 6 cards versus 6 cards. Oh shit. Show and tell? Thoughtseize. Let's just let them do this. Oh, they're Thoughtseizing themselves. Exhume Iona. Alright. We need an endurance. We need an endurance here. Here goes. No. Alright. I guess we could still draw into Karakas. Once Upon a Time is not behaving today. It's bad. I don't know what I did to Once Upon a Time. Why it would hate me like such. I never thought it'd betray me. The card that turned it all around for this deck. But they've been terrible today. Oh, nice of you to show up. Stupid Iona. This was so crazy when I first saw this card get printed. Blew me away as a reanimator target. Sucks not being a monocolored deck though. Not having your single color. Once Upon a Time. First loss. It's okay, we're in a good spot still. Feel like we made the right calls. It just didn't pan out. Loyal Retainers. Jeez. Yeah, the Crystal Brand wasn't printed at that point, was it? Maybe it was. That was like way back when I started playing Legacy. Like Survival was still legal, but people were talking about it about to be banned. Yeah, it didn't feel like a terrible reanimator loss. By any means. Iona Painter. Oh, that's nasty. Like a green. I don't know, I guess it would be like a white painter deck. Just whatever you want. Just take them off of evercasting spells. In somebody's imagination. Somebody has a nasty mind to figure that out. Yeah, Vengevine I think was the nail in the coffin for Survival. Just get a string of... Eventually just get 16 power rushing for... with haste. That's also easy to recover. Vengevine was the culprit. Oh, that's pretty sweet, Romario. I remember like playing, like just after like learning like the rules of Magic and then starting to build decks and playing casually with friends. I feel like there's a lot of good and kind of competitive stuff that we messed around with. A little competitive among our group. I remember I had like a Mind's Desire deck that was like so broken. It would just like not be legal in any format, and it like probably wasn't at the time. But like I remember one game, and this was like a multiplayer game. Somehow I was able to like high tide turn 2 and like kill like 3 other players. Like Mind's Desire, I learned is like pretty damn busted. I think it was just like high tides, twiddles, and then like frantic searches. Mind's Desire, like 4 of them obviously. And if you would hit like a second Mind's Desire off the first one, you pretty much like definitely won. I think it had like 2 talismans for like a tendrils as well. My shitty win condition, for lack of anything better. Man, that was fun. Nobody had the idea to Iona Painter though. That's some nasty shit. Alright, I'll be right back, everyone. I'm gonna take a piss. You should follow me if you're not already. Appreciate the support. But yeah, we have 2 more rounds left today. Been a fun stream, fun event. Been solid. I'm gonna go pee while we wait for this to finish. Yeah, bad mental misstep. Yeah, the only one we know is this opponent this beat us. Their own reanimator. That's... If we can make it to the top 8, let's hope we can dodge that opponent. Actually, reanimator's not the worst, but... I think it's a coin flip matchup. I never hate seeing it, but I'm not excited to play against it. Just do you have the hate? Or do they have the nuts? It's pretty much just that. Our Rukor is undefeated. It's just elves so far. I would guess they're probably playing elves. Bullwinkle's probably like Delver. Yeah, I could take a guess, but don't know for certain. One of these days, you're going to play against Interplay in like the undefeated bracket, and you're going to see like Volcanic Islands and Delvers. And you'll be blown away. I kind of want to just try, like, for the sake of like the Delver's power level, like see how playing Delver would pan out for me. But I also just don't want to like waste a good challenge playing that. Oh, I love Endurance. Card is stellar. I was like, when it first got spoiled, I was kind of disappointed, to be honest. I was definitely wrong about this card. And then like Anurag basically said like, oh, this is like the anti-Delver card. And then it like shot up like $50 the following day. But yeah, it's just like the all-around good statistics like green creature. Like it's just like above the curve in like every aspect. If its toughness is 3, it'd be unplayable. If it didn't have flash, I don't know. That's like a big element of it. I'd say reach is probably like its weakest mechanic, and even that's like pretty incredible. Yeah, definitely. It's yeah, it's like always free at the very least, and you could just like pitch one to like another like endurance in hand. So yeah, it just never is dead. Like awesome card. I love how they played to Green's color pie rule of like having graveyard recursion. So I feel like they hadn't touched on that for a while. But that was like always a part of Green. Stuff like Gaia's Blessing. And those kind of effects. Yeah, every deck pretty much utilizes the graveyard one way or another now. Even post the Reclaimers. Not very much, but there's definitely some times when like a Dothy Voidwalker will give me problems. Yeah, it's just like always a bad deal for the Delver opponent. Like they always have to expend like 2 cards to kill your one. And this was just deck had like a easier way of getting the second green mana. That's definitely the challenge of playing Endurance in this deck. And that's pretty much why I bring it out of the sideboard. You kind of have to know you're playing towards it and kind of formulate how you develop your mana towards getting this. Plus against Delver, it's coming in alongside Carpets, which also help you cast the card. Yeah, 6 rounds. 2 more rounds. Your night shift. Oh, how's it going, Nif? I hope we don't play each other. You've been like kicking my ass recently. With Mentor Monk tokens. But yeah. You're doing well, dude. We have top 8 aspirations still. Oh, I swear, like, you were... Alright, I'm just seeing things. I swear I saw Trunks. Yeah, 3-1, there is. Versus Runecor, a Multi 4. I've kind of gotten salty at times losing when the opponent mulls to 4. be honest. I thought it was kind of bullshit. Not that opponent, but just in general. How is like elves for like a Jeskai deck? Or just in general? Not saying you're on playing that, but I would think it probably has a decent matchup against elves. But I honestly have no idea. I know it just has like plenty of like creature removal. You have ways to like stop counter shit, stop card draw. Oh yeah, Mentor seems also pretty good against them. Small white creatures beat small green creatures. Are you do you like despise Allosaurus Shepherd Div? I know that's like public enemy #1 of the blue players. I never hated Shepherd. Just makes blue players feel what the rest of us non-blue players have to feel every time. Not having a perfect answer in the form of counter spells. Oh, what are carpets at nowadays? There were like 50 tickets at one point. 18. How much is Meltdown? That was like the new carpet at one point. Uncommon from Urza Saga. Yeah, 42 tickets. I think that was just from like an era when there wasn't much supply of like online cards. Like that time period. Oh, what's Seed? Oh, Seeds of Innocence. That makes sense. Seems like an ancient card. Something about like Mercadian Masks block. Like everything from that block is like super expensive on Moto. Like Snuff Out is like 20 tickets. I remember at one point like Days when that was the only printing of it, it was like 70 or something dumb. Like judging by the looks of this program, it looks like it was probably available with like revised, but it probably was there for Saga. But I guess the digital cards also only come in packs, so I think the program just wasn't that popular back then. Just not many copies got opened. Would just be my guess. Pernicious Deed? Man, that's surprising. Was this because of like standard or some other older format? Extended or something? I think I remember seeing that card in like rock decks and the format that was once known as Extended. Rest in Peace Extended. There's 2 more rounds, Lotus. It's a short one today. Which makes me happy. Oh, nice. Do you remember, was it called Rock because of Spiritmonger? I think that was like the shit. That was like its like threat. Its iconic threat in the day. I remember thinking Spiritmonger was super broken. Like that was when I just first started playing Magic, like casually. Regeneration seemed like so unfair. Yeah, I just never understood like why that deck would be called Rock. And it also could change colors, right? Powerful against everything. That was the other explanation I was thinking. Like, it had to have some weakness as a deck. And it just seems like somebody that was like really enthusiastic about that deck. Like, that'd be like me calling Post like Superman or something. The color of your choice. Man, I wonder when the color changing of Spiritmonger, if that was like a relevant thing at the time. Also, you don't see regeneration as a mechanic really anymore. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. At least Delver stuck to a informative, obvious name to match its like efficiency as a deck. Just keep it straight to the point. I played one round of the modern PTQ today, and I lost it, so I just dropped. I didn't expect to do well. I just kind of wanted to play Legacy. Have you guys seen this blue, mono blue like tempo deck? I've kind of been like loving this deck a lot. I don't know how good it is, but like, I like the way it's built. It's a nice change of pace, just being like very simple, straightforward Magic. Basically, just play like 1 mana producing lands. You attack with creatures. You disrupt and answer shit. It's pretty fun. Yeah, Hayashi. That was the person that won with it. I was playing Blue Div. I was hoping the surprise factor could carry me, but my lack of blue skills was too much. I like have no idea about like specific matchups and certain things. Just outside of my wheelhouse in like multiple ways. But it's just pretty fun though. It's a nice it's a palate cleanser. After playing all the crazy shit in Legacy and even Modern, just play creatures, attack. This deck also just like epitomizes like all the really annoying stuff that blue does. Counter shit, bounce stuff. If this next round finishes fast enough, I might play like a league round of this. If you haven't seen it. I think it struggles against, supposedly, the grindy like Omnath decks in the format. But the times I played against blue-red, it felt like if you got like a Chalice of the Void down early, that was usually enough of an obstacle to just like shut them down and just keep them at bay. So I think it has a good blue-red matchup. As far as like the other like 50 decks in Modern, I have like no idea. But it never hurts to have like free counter spells, so I'm sure it's never like terrible. Quintillion Click. Remember when this was a big Legacy card? It has these like clunky 3-drop legendary creatures. I think they're like necessary. They just kind of seem like the weakest threats. Brazen Borrower is just like the best card in the deck. It's a get 2 cards for the price of 1, and you just get to answer whatever for 2 mana. And it's not even. It's just like 1 blue and colorless. Pretty good. Oh, in Vegas? Nah. I probably won't play this in paper. I mostly play Amulet Titan recently, but I've also been doing poorly with this deck, so this deck just felt fun. I was fine just like giving it a shot. But I lost to a creativity deck the first round. I have no idea. Oh yeah, I remember Manavern. Like, me and my friends just didn't understand the ruling at first. So we thought, for whatever reason, like, if you countered a spell, you would take like amount of damage equal to that spell's like casting cost. Like, oh, counterspell your Thorn Elemental, you take 7 damage, which is just like completely wrong. But I guess that's a nod to how stupid Mana Burn was. Oh, I'm so glad there's no Mana Burn anymore. We have to think about that for like post. Just another little tiny thing to manage. Especially on a day like today where I apparently can't do like very simple math at spots. And what was the first round? Oh yeah, it was like the Esper Vile deck, round 1. That was a cool list. Played very poorly by me, but we won still. When they first released Companion as a mechanic, wasn't it just you could just play the card from the sideboard? Or is there something else you had to do? I can't even remember now. I've never seen them just like go completely back on a mechanic like that. If they ever admitted there's like a failed part of the game and say it's like Companion. Yeah, you just get a free extra card every game. Be kind of curious to see maybe if like Luris should be fine in Legacy with the more recent Companion rules. Probably not, but I don't know. Just playing a Bobble every turn doesn't seem super game-changing to me. I mean, Delver couldn't play Murktide if they played it, which would be kind of nice. No companions. I thought Zerda was like super busted. Zerda was like the more broken of the two, I thought. But they were both pretty ridiculous. Each permanent has an activated ability. It's just such a broad like cost reduction. Any activated ability costs 2 less. Yeah, it just seems like in a card pool like Legacy, there's probably so much busted shit you could do, or at least something really busted. And there was. Alright. I hope you don't play Wonder Pro. We're definitely gonna lose if we play them. We're playing Niv. God damn it, dude. Alright, I guess we're on the play at least. Santos. I don't like the sand. I think they're probably gonna play. Yeah, I'll let you. I should have given you time to leave the chat if you're playing. Yeah, I don't like this, just given the matchup I expect it to be. I want to find like a Cloudpost, just also does not have. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna start with the crop rotations, hope that gets there. If this crop rot resolves, I think we're gonna be good. Maybe we should wait to crop rot the Glimmerpost. Put this back. If they ponder turn 1, I'm just gonna fire this off though. Alright, that's a better crop rotation fodder. I think they might ponder or brainstorm here. Oh, alright. Yes. Step 1. And then say Narset. Oh, this is a tough matchup nowadays. What nasty 3-mana threat is happening? Is it the Mentor? Is it Teferi? Is it Narset? That is the question. It's the Mentor. The worst of them all. Okay, that was nice. It's been going well, at least, this game. At least we have Ulamog mana at the very least. Alright, that's just Ulamog, the Mentor, and I think the White Source. Like post-board, I might be interested in hitting the Volcanic, but in game 1, I don't think we care about that as much. Did you guys know that these monk tokens, they're not even humans? They're just monks. Don't make the same mistake that I did. I thought I was gonna Plague Engineer the whole army, but I was in for a rude awakening. Like aliens or something. God, how much are we gonna take here? Like 12? Alright, let's Kozilek. Make our way up the Eldrazi food chain. The quest for the almighty Emrakul. So just try and hit our land drop. I'm gonna like Tabernacle. Yeah, let's do that. I was hoping for a Cloudpost, or mostly a Glimmerpost. Wow, it's rare that I survive a Mentor. And it was all down to that crop rotation. We most certainly would have lost without that resolving. Alright. I don't think they would typically run Blood Moon or Back to Basics. It's probably Ruination, if anything. But just in case they are, I'll just bring the Force of Vigors. Like, it's not like I have any good answer to Ruination anyway. Might as well at least like kind of prepare for that. I haven't tried this yet or tested it in this matchup, but like I was thinking of just keeping crop rotation in just as like something that's very impactful for like little mana, despite being as risky as it is. Which may not even be the worst idea. Like it might just still be better than like Force of Vigors. But I'm not ready to risk trying that out yet. Oh, Legacy Council. Archon, how's it going, man? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. The showcase champion last week. Nice, man. How was, it's, Mono Red Storm? Jeez. Yeah, I can't beat Mono Red Storm whenever I play against it. Tony, the other Tony, just destroys me every time. Yeah, it's going well so far. We're 3-1, and we're up a game this 5th round against Jeskai. I need to figure out what I want to side out here. Dark Depths is bad. Bog is bad. I don't know what else. I guess Endurance is probably the worst. Kozilek and Force, jeez. But yeah, thanks for the raid, man. I started watching your one of your Reanimator videos, the one with the Lake of the Deads in the sideboard. Kind of want to try that out. Oh, thanks, dude. Appreciate the subscription as well. Thank you so much, man. Let's get a better hand. Yeah, we'll take a chance with this. Let's put one of these green cards back. I think the prime time is what we want to put back here. So you've been enjoying Reanimator recently still. The last couple of times I played it in leagues, I just couldn't get into it. Just kind of crazy because I used to play that deck all the time. It just felt like super inconsistent for me. But I played like against like depths all the time, green-white depths. It's just probably like a pain in the ass matchup. Evil green decks with their land-based hate. The blue decks get the credit for like the counters, like the ultimate versatile kind of answer. But I feel like green's answers, like when they work, like just green just has the best disruption. Green hits hard. Alright. I'll take this forest. Speaking of green. Carpet. One-mana tutors, and they also search your whole deck, not just the top 3 cards of the library. Also, what's up, Jason? How's it going, man? I'm just gonna needle to. I'm gonna say Teferi here. I have valuable permanents. If I have nothing else going on and I play a needle in this matchup, I'll tend to lean towards Narset. But I haven't looked too closely at the recent list of like Jeskai. And just given that these are both pretty good, I just cut off the removal planeswalker. Check pile. Yeah, the deck looks solid. The one you won with. Just like all around good cards down the list. K commands and snapcasters. Actually, were there K commands? I can't remember. I think that's like the typical check pile. Check pile tool. Alright, I'm just going to use this mana to make another forest. Oh yeah, I would play the full set of endings. If you have access to like the 4 colors. It's like the reason to play white nowadays. Share the spotlight with Swords of Plowshares. I thought this would be like better mana than it actually is. It's not up to 10 mana though. Yeah, I'm just gonna play this. This will be a Cloudpost later. Thomas Edvaldson, remember, is the check pile master. I'm here playing like giant creature green decks, but definitely know the people that made the top tier decks. Know of them. Yeah, you got to play Iteration in the deck too. Just play as many of the good recent cards as you possibly can. Seems to be a winning formula. I'm not gonna have this carpet much longer. Yeah, that's right. At least I fear no ruination. The day I find a Cloudpost, though. I think these lists have been cutting the Days Undoing as of late, or like cut back on the number of them. I feel like I've heard somebody say that. Can never just assume that they aren't there, but alright, yeah, I'm just gonna hold this back. I don't think there's a point to search up a Reclaimer that's just gonna get immediately swords. Oh, how's it going, Dukes? Hope you're doing well, man. I'm doing okay. Nice to see you. We're having a good challenge today. I feel like I've been losing a lot recently. Just fine. I'd like to end the cold streak if possible. This used to be a great matchup for this deck, but as of late, it's been pretty tough. Reclaimer. Alright. I might just try and Greensun a second one right here, and then maybe they won't double up on creature removal. I know that's wishful thinking, but I think that's probably... I think not typically recently. Usually Ruination is the thing they would have against this, like a land hate card. It's a good Flusterstorm. Man, do you think I should just bring crop rotations in? That kind of sounds counterintuitive, just being a risky card against counters. But this is the exact kind of spot where I was thinking like having that would be, like that'd be a good threat to like fire off right now. Like in a matchup where it's just all about getting the mana base like established, usually as fast as possible. I don't know. At least that was the goal when they were trying to Days Undoing you as fast as possible. God. There's a lot of basic forests. Carpet would be nice about now. They have 29 cards in there in the library. I have 46. I think they've seen a little more. Alright, let's wait another turn. Yeah, if we can just like find a Cloudpost somehow, we could still just be in it. Kind of running out of time now, though. Yeah, I feel like we're running out of like bad cards to draw still. A map, an actual Cloudpost, a Once Upon a Time. Like those will all get countered, I know, but they'd be better than more basic forests, for sure. Oh my god. Yeah, Reclaimer has diminishing returns the later in the game it gets. Especially like against this kind of a matchup that's... like I know they have like swords in hand. I should maybe just search one up right now though. Nah, it's... I'm real certainly dead this game. I think we just try and go for a home run though at this point. Yeah. I wish I had an expressive iteration of my own. Bolt. 7. Yeah, we're dead. They say you should never draw the next card. Yeah, that would have been better. It's not great. Do you guys want to experiment? You want to try these crop rots? Kind of thinking like trying it. I don't think they have back to basics. Alright, we're doing it. And that was not how I expected that game to go. I thought we'd lose the first game and win the second one. Oh, I didn't think we'd win the second one, but it seemed better than it actually was. After this round, I want to look up some of these Jeskai lists and see what they're up to nowadays. Oh, there's the elusive Cloudpost. That's an idea as well. Yeah, Carpet's probably just like save it also as like a threat to play like alongside other like maps and shit in a single turn. Yeah, you're probably right. I mostly just expected us to draw better than we did. I blame the variance and the bullshit. Plateau. See, this is how it's supposed to work out. You're supposed to just draw into your Cloudpost naturally. Need a little Narset here, I think. It's not like I'm protecting anything in particular. If they play a Mentor, Tabernacle's not the worst. Alright, this is nice. No 3-drop thing. Swords. Oh, exiled. Cool. Should we save this or just play it out now? Just play it out now. They already expended like one ending. How likely are they to search up another island? Maybe if they like play a mentor next turn, I'd rather just cast stuff right now and not give them another monk. Alright, I'm just gonna play it. If it gets countered, yeah, this is a fine outcome. Whoa. Or not. So they definitely have a force, is what they're saying. That's good to know. Isn't there something you can do online? Not that I think this opponent would try and like pull a switch on us like that, but like, can't you like pretend you have a force or pretend you have like a second blue card even if you don't actually do that? I feel like somebody said something along those lines. Yeah, it's a legacy. Alright, crop rotation. Put it to the test. I'm just gonna pass here. If I crop out, I'm gonna try to get rid of the Karakas. Oh, okay. Thanks. That's probably what was happening then. It just said, notified me of the life loss. Alright. This is gonna get countered probably, but I think this is the best time. It's not too surprising. Now I'll just like not find a second like basic or second green source this game. Ooh. God, we're in like ruination territory now too. Scary shit. I don't think they'd ruination, at least not with this board. We'd kind of punish them. Definitely gonna make this a forest before our next turn though, and probably just slam the prime time. Force of Will. I feel like I only see Mystic Sanctuary ever just get back an iteration. Like 90% of the time at least. It's targeting iteration. Oh, man, these Snapcasters are... What's on the clock now? have a force. I don't know. It's gonna be close, this game. Oh, yes. Great draw. We should probably just play the Needle out, at least. That's the worst thing they would do here. Probably just a Fury. Yeah, let's just Needle to Fury. And I should pay more attention to like where they're at with cantrip-wise. Like if they've shuffled their library recently or if they're like brainstorm locked. I feel like I guess we just find out pretty shortly. They always shuffle. They always have a new look. They would never not do that. I think it can. I have to read the exact text. Yeah, let me look it up actually. I'm still gonna cast Emrakul, regardless. Yeah, I figured as much. I can't play around it at this point anyway. Damn. And what if their last card was Emperor? They're 15. Fingers crossed. Wow. Man, I haven't beaten Niv in a long time. Good games, though. Those were pretty close. Man. Yeah, I wonder if he runs Stress down. I played in the showcase last week, the first round, against Wafo. And he was the first person to do this thing that I was fearful of ever since Modern Horizons first came out. He dressed down and then like swords my Emrakul, which like alongside Solitude is like one of the things I've been afraid of ever since Modern Horizons came out. But he's the first person to like finally do that. Others have come close, but he removed the beast itself. Yeah, Emrakul's not the invincible win con it always used to be. It's under threat now. But those good games. Hope he makes it in. I think somebody was saying, I don't know, it's an even 64 players. Yeah, some 4x2s will definitely get in. If we win the next one, we're definitely in the top 8. Yeah, good games, dude. I brought some, I was like questioning some of like my sequencing. Like as far as like playing carpets out at times that weren't like maybe optimal. And the last game I brought in like crop rotations. It's kind of as an experiment. Just like even that second game where I was just drawing duds, like Forest. I was thinking like just having something that's like powerful in a single like green mana spell be worth like trying. Yeah, I kept a super sketchy opener game 1 as well. I just needed that crop rotation to find the first Cloudpost. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Appreciate the subscription as well. I hope you're enjoying it. It's been a fun event. Our loss was the last round to Reanimator, who they're 5-0 now. That's good for us as well. Right. I'm around. I want to play some blue cards in Modern. Has anybody like seen this deck? If they have, do you think it's like actually good? I know people were joking, like say like, oh, I don't know if it's like actually good. But I like the way it's built, and I like how it like plays out games. I like how it like uses its lands. It's just pretty fun. It's weird just like playing regular creatures and attacking with creatures, and your lands just add 1 single mana. There's a couple merfolk. There's this thing. There's like the one card I hadn't seen before in this list. Yeah, it's basically just this legendary one and these Tide Shapers, which are basically like redundant, like spreading seas effects. Yeah, usually every matchup, either like Dismember, Chalice, or like Seas. Those are usually the cards that like might just be garbage for a given matchup. And then you can pretty easily swap with like some number of these more like kind of versatile A pieces. Yeah, it's even playing like a blue deck with like double copies of cards instead of the green player 4-ofs that I love. But this is definitely like correct, I'd say. I feel like I'm siding in like exactly 6 cards in like so many matchups. So yeah, the player is supposedly like a pretty good deck builder. I cannot remember the name. But yeah, redundant. I would play it for you a little bit, but it's not enough time. I like the way it uses its lands too. It's very like Death and Taxes like it can afford to have more like utility, just being a single color. Yeah. Attacking with lands. Who would have thought? And did anybody finish watching the show Kenobi? I thought it was a pretty weak show. Like, the more I think about it, it was pretty terrible. It's just like, if you're gonna devote like 6 hours of your life to watching a TV show, there's probably like infinitely better like options to do that. I blame Disney. Disney corrupted Star Wars. The finale. The finale was like the best episode easily. And just felt like I felt like Obi-Wan and Vader's like interactions were kind of anticlimactic to me though. I don't know, it kind of like weakens like the original trilogy for me. Like, like Obi-Wan kicked Vader's ass like twice then, when the time they meet like a third time. Yeah, well, some scenes were just so like laughably bad. Like for the very first episode, when those people that were kidnapping Leia just like couldn't chase like a toddler. Like that was just goofy. Or when Obi-Wan was like hiding Leia under his trench coat and like just nobody on the Death Star or whatever like noticed him. I don't know, it just seems lazy. Plot holes. There's really no point for Reva, really. Like, they made it seem like, oh, she didn't kill Luke, so she's a good person now. But she also, like, murdered people and, like, cut off their limbs. Like, that doesn't just, like, make you a good person by doing, like, one good thing. I even thought she, like, was dead by the last episode. I don't get, like, people survive, like, lightsaber stabs now. It's like, why didn't Qui-Gon survive then? He got impaled with a lightsaber. Yeah, exactly, Carador. And it's just like a cash grab. If somebody took it over that like was passionate about the franchise and they like try and make a good content, like I think it would be good again. But that's true of like lots of movies and like media. Yeah, the 10-year-old girl is like the expert on everything. Like, just didn't seem like Obi-Wan was like really all that relevant. He didn't do anything all that important. I wanted to see the Master Jedi and all his wit. Her hate. I think uh I think that was the explanation they gave for Darth Maul living. Just he used the hate of the dark side to somehow put himself back together after getting cut in half and falling down like a pit. I don't think she died. I don't remember what happened at the end. She brought them back to his parents. But I don't think she died, though. Even after falling down, like, a height of those, like, the height of, like, a skyscraper, though. Oh, I guess the dark side lets you cheat death that way. It's like the Emperor. Yeah. I did like, speaking of droids, that very first episode of Mandalorian. I watched, like, the first half of the first season of that, where they show, like, the IG droid, how, like, I always wondered why IG-88 was considered, like, a dangerous, like, bounty hunter. But, like, the way they depicted it, like, yeah, the thing is like a one-man army. Thought that was pretty cool. Like, whoever wrote, like, Mandalorian, that was, like, a way better show. I think they actually, like, liked Star Wars or something. But yeah, that was definitely better. I just never got around to watching it. It takes a lot for me to commit to just watching, like, a TV series. But, like, being kind of unemployed and a little tired of Magic recently, I finally just started watching some stuff that I had been meaning to watch for a while. Like, I just finally watched the Tiger King documentary last week. That was entertaining. For, like, the wrong reasons. Yeah, I don't really go see movies all that often. Just kind of seems the same. Just churn out content for the sake of it. I liked the Batman a lot, though. That was a good movie. Everything about the Batman was that exceeded my expectations. I have to go buy it now. I know you can, like, buy movies pretty quickly after, like, on Blu-ray, a couple months after they, like, come out in theaters. I like to support the movies that I enjoyed a ton. I like how the Riddler was depicted. I think they finally have a good, like, version of the Riddler after that movie. Which is cool, because I like the villains in movies. Like, he's so low-key, and, like, people think he's a shittier version of Joker, but that one, like, that movie showed his differences and, like, why he's so dangerous. Man, I'm just, like, rambling about shit now. If I had started playing a league, maybe, like, starting the last round now. Just can't win. Alright, who's coming to Vegas? Who's playing some Modern in whenever that happens? 30 years of Magic, everybody. Trying to find, like, the article that provides the most detail. But they all kind of suck. This is not it. And they should do at least, like, a decently competitive Legacy event. Like, obviously not one of the bigger ones, but it'd be cool if they did, like, I don't even know what you call it. At least, like, one, like, notable, like, Legacy tournament. I wouldn't expect that to happen, though. $100,000. It's not bad. Alright. I'll be back. Whenever I leave the computer and, like, do something else, it's usually a call for them to change the round, so I'll do that. Aren't they done doing competitive events on Arena now that, like, the COVID stuff died down? Or is it still, like, some Arena involved? I don't know, I have, like, no urge to play Arena. Everybody that, like, had to play it for, like, a PT, like a Pro Tour, told me, like, oh yeah, now I get to delete it afterwards. Plus, they don't have, like, any of the formats that I like. And they thought Brainstorm would be okay in that format where they just added random old cards. And then they got banned, surprisingly. Arena is terrible. Yeah, it seems to be a common opinion. I just like the formats, like the Magic you play. Like, if they put, like, Legacy on there, it's just some, like, crazy universe, like, I would just play it. It'd be cool if they put, like, at least, like, one of the, like, non-rotating constructed formats on there, which I'm sure at this point would be, like, Pioneer. But they have some other, like, arena-specific one that's, like, similar, but not exactly the same as Pioneer for some reason. It seems, like, unnecessarily confusing. They're trying to emulate, like, Hearthstone, right? Which... yeah, I remember there's some other company who was supposed to be taking over Magic Online at some point. I don't know what that means for, like, a customer player like us. Hopefully they just at least keep, like, Magic Online. Like, if they won't reprint the cards to play in paper, like, at least you have this. Yeah, they should at least, like, push this, like, at least a little bit. I don't see why they wouldn't do that. Like, as far as competitive events and tournaments, I kind of like online play. Been convinced after being forced to quarantine and, like, starting to grind on Moto. I think it solves, like, a lot of tournament issues by having things online. You don't have to shuffle, waste time with that. It cuts out, like, potential cheating. Oh, and, like, the chess clock. It's, like, the best part. Just, like, not punishing both players for being slow. Like, I still love, like, playing Magic, like, against another person sitting across the table from you. But, like, you can do that. You can hang out with cool friends just doing, like, literally anything else. Like, if you're playing Magic, as most of us here, like, do competitively, like, we want to win, you know? Just, I can, like, cube with friends and enjoy Magic in person that way. Yeah, I kind of starting to feel the same way, Juby Ninja. Yeah, it is kind of soulless a bit, Niv. Like, I feel like it's kind of just like a long-term numbers thing. Like, oh, maybe I'll win today. But, like, it definitely doesn't have the same personal kind of issue. It's like playing in person does. How's it going, Mark? Strategy, nice to see you. They could never do actual like chess clocks in person. Just the like an advantage of being digital, which I think is pretty awesome. Yeah, it's been a strong challenge thus far, and a short one, which I'm always happy about. Oh, you have to play quickly. You can't just like gain infinite life and do that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's certain things that, like certain aspects that are better in person, but other things that just kind of suck in person. Like the way, for example, you have to remember your triggers in paper. I feel like the way that being online and it does it automatically was how they like would have wanted it ideally to be, but obviously there's no way to just always remember just in person. I don't know if that's like a good thing or a bad thing, but I feel like triggers just make more sense the way they're presented online. Yeah, like being able to do loops and stuff. That's that'd be some complex programming though. That seems beyond the anything we'll ever see on Magic Online. Yeah, so yeah, we're all just enjoying each other's company here through a stream. It's like we're just playing Magic in person. I liked the kind of like grand epicness of the Grand Prix. I liked that it was like an event that you would look forward to. Something like you could make a trip on out of. Just like enjoy time with friends. The fact that there was like a competition of like a game that we all love is just kind of like a nice little added bonus. But I don't know if they'll do competitive big events that I would want to play in. I don't know. I'm usually out of the loop with these things, which is partly my fault, but also I feel like a lot of the information is like really unorganized in Magic. If they ever did like a Legacy Grand Prix, miraculously, hopefully like somebody would mention it to me at some point. Yeah, definitely, Mike. That was how like any of the Grand Prix, how it was like becoming for me towards the end of like that era. Yeah, like for like me as like a working adult, working it back then, I guess, or like a lot of us have like families. I feel like the rate of like having like 2 Legacy Grand Prix, like maybe per continent per year, like that was a pretty decent rate of big tournaments to have. I would think it'd be like a music festival for like another group of people. But like it was fun just like going in to like get dinner at like some good restaurant, hanging out with the friends, everybody talking Magic. Became like more about the trip and not so much like the competition, which was pretty awesome. So even if you didn't end up doing well, like only 8 people out of like sometimes like thousands of people make the top 8. You still have like a pretty good time, you know. There's a was it in the Vegas one, like the last 5-6 years? I was at the New Jersey one in like 2014 where they had like 3,000 people or something, which was I think that was like the largest tournament I played in. lost my winning in that tournament, sadly. To Delver. Blue-red Delver. With Monastery Swiftspear. The last couple of Vegas Grand Prix, I remember. I feel like after like the second round or so, they just like couldn't figure out pairings. And like did I request my money back? I don't even remember. I just didn't really care at that point. Yeah, stressing out about like the last sideboard card. Trying to find some, I don't know, what's the word? I can't think of it now. It's like, oh man, do you think I should play this Nihil Spellbomb or like a Surgical? I don't know, it's deck building. Can make an argument for anything. The things that all Magic players share. Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's a good one, man. Yeah, top 64 deck. GP is no joke. 15 rounds it's a lot of Magic. Yeah, like when I traveled really far for tournaments, and this was also when like the decks I was playing we just weren't really good at all, so there's also that element. I just brought this like 75 cards just so I wouldn't like stress about it. Just decided beforehand. Yeah, I went to like GP Shizuoka and also Bologna. Played Legacy GPs in 2 other continents, which is pretty sweet. But yeah, both those trips just brought the 75, so I just wouldn't stress about it. Just enjoy the trip. But yeah, 64, that's better than anything I've ever done in a Grand Prix. I feel like I've day 2'd like half of the Legacy ones I played in. And half of the modern ones too. Because I was playing Tron, a deck that did all the work for me. Without any knowledge. Yeah, I thought Bologna was okay. Kind of wish it was in Rome instead. I was kind of like had like a cold, was kind of sick in Bologna, and like all the pharmacies on the weekend there were just like apparently closed. Like all I wanted was like some cold medicine and some tissues, but there was like one pharmacy that was open like by the train station. That was kind of annoying. I don't know if like Italian people just like don't get sick on the weekends or something. But yeah, like that whole GP was like a trip with 2 other buddies. We basically went the week before through into London, and then played in this. It was like an MKM event like the week before in Prague. So if you're from Europe and watching it, you might have been there. You might have seen me. He played against a shitty Cloudpost deck that had Ancient Stirrings. It might have been me. But yeah, we basically planned it around that event and then the GP the following weekend. And then like visited Prague, Vienna, and Rome in the time in between. So yeah, that was a sweet trip. Only went because my friend that works for the airlines was able to get like really cheap plane tickets. Oh, it was sweet. On the way back, I got to fly the business class, and you just get like treated like a king there. Mostly you just get to like lay down while you're flying. Oh man. Typically the tickets are like tens of thousands of dollars that just like business people get. But the employees have like their hierarchy of like empty seats that can get filled by people who are willing to fly on standby. So that was pretty sweet. It's definitely like some uncertainty in doing that, but you lived the first class life. That's awesome, man. So you know what it's like. Yeah, they even like give you like better food as well. Just kind of surprised. Let's give wealthy people the highest quality steak. And this came on like a better looking plate than like the regular ones. Mostly just being able to lay down entirely. That's the best part. Usually just use those long plane rides to catch up on movies though. Alright, last round. We are on the play. So, yeah, we'll try this. Once Upon a Time does what we wanted to do for once. Which I guess is a green source. Don't fail me. If you see like an Eye of Ugin off this Once Upon a Time, might be down to like take that instead. But likely just get a forest if I find it. How's it going, Keel? How you doing, man? I see a forest there. Cloudpost stage. Yeah, let's take forest. Oh yeah, I'll fix that. It's Moto. I should probably restart the client that you mentioned. Just thought of it at least. Oh, is this Black Depths? Might be. Herbor Thoughtseize. That's what I would expect. Seeing that. I haven't really played this matchup all that often. I think it would be pretty good for a post, but could be wrong. Seems like a decent draw. Thoughtseize, Mana Confluence. Oh, Mana Confluence. This is interesting. Maybe any reason to just crop rot right now? Yeah, like, but they have a... Alright, I'll just let them Thoughtseize. Might just be a waste of a otherwise free crop rotation. Oh, that's true. That's true. I'm not going to play around it. And we're above 20 life, at least. Oh, you called it, man. Stifle. So Rainbow Depths, then. Interesting. I don't think this should be that bad for us. I haven't played this matchup in a really long time, though. I think I'll just play the map out here. The second one. I guess I could crop rotation here. Yeah. They could make the 2020. Yeah. Yeah, I did start with 2 mana. I was thinking, like, man, did I have the ability to search and play a land. It did. Alright, they're gonna do it. Are we okay with going to 1 life? Because I think we're get 2020 here. I think we do allow them to do this. Just put us to 1. Yeah, if they have Stifle, they could still Stifle the Karakas. But maybe that would like give us more options if we do it right now. Yeah, I'll just definitely be cracking one of these end of turn. So I think I'm going to wait till their end of turn. Even if they do Stifle it, we have the second copy. And then we'll still have the mana to activate Reclaimer and get like a Chasm to try and live like 1 more turn. But yeah, let's definitely attempt to activate a map instead of Reclaimer here. Yeah, this is very old school. I remember this is like a deck just a long time ago with these rainbow lands. Alright, Stifle number 2. And another map. Karakas. Try this now before they can draw Stifle number 3. Or the 7 mana thing, the protect stuff. You know. Yeah, let's play another Reclaimer. I don't think they did anything wrong. I don't know, maybe knowing about the maps, they shouldn't have gone for that. It's kind of scary. Yeah, just get Cloudpost. They have 1 card in hand. I think we're close to just being able to close the game out at this point. Yeah, I think you guys are right. Alright, probably should just play the Glimmerpost. Yeah. I don't know, I didn't like think it through, really. I don't think it should matter. Knock on wood. Not of this world, that's what the card is. Sylvan's Crying. Make this a Cloudpost. Are we really getting up the Karakas here? I think so. As long as they don't have exactly a Stifle. No, then they can't even make the 2020. Alright, let's do this. And then we'll get Eye with this map. I probably should have done the map before I did this as well. I guess. Alright. Yeah, they can't do everything. Even if they had... I don't know. Yeah, I kind of missequenced and made my own mistakes there as well. Should use that map just to make sure to like play around Stifle. Like if they had another Stifle, we'd have to wait a follow like another turn before we could win. Oh, Stifle though. Such a pain in the ass. Man, I haven't played against this kind of depths deck in a really long time. I think I would typically bring in like some number of Force of Vigors. At least like the versions that would play like their own set of Pithing Needles. And just try and win like a Pithing Needle battle. Get like your stuff to activate. Like their Needle and Karakas. Which might end up being just better than some of the things we have. Like, I don't think Bog is going to be good. I'd always cut depths against other dark depths decks. Just playing with fire. I don't really want to mess around. Endurance could potentially be a chump blocker. Although it's not the perfect answer. They usually run the Sajiri step. Push through blockers. So I don't hate bringing in like 2 Force of Vigors. Let's try that. I kind of like this. I think we'll try it. Sand has no weaknesses to Stifle. That's why I love it. I guess we'll just Cloudpost. We're not playing anything else this turn. Might want to play a Glimmerpost next turn, though. Maybe I should have once upon a time and got some info and possibly played Glimmerpost first. Yeah, this is kind of scary. I guess like worst case scenario will be in a spot where at like 1 life again. Oh, that's a good pickup. And if they have like a crop riot, we can maybe like bait them here. Let's leave it this, and then I'm gonna play Pithing Needle and see what they do. Forest, Rec Sage, Stage. Let's just take the Forest. Alright, I hope they just go and make it right now. Let's see what they do. I guess we die if they have, like, Dawn of this World as well. But, fuck it. Just hope they don't see it coming. Alright, if they can answer this Karakas, I'm going to get punished for not just Glimmer posting turn 1. But, I like our chances. Alright, what are we needling here? They used to run Ghost Quarter. They sometimes run Wasteland. I don't know if I care about those at all. I'll just say Ghost Quarter. Here we go. Alright. Crisis averted. Just feel like I should just play. Oh, we should go get Reclaimer this turn. They can't kill us from here. Seems worth doing with the 2 green suns in hand. I keep putting off this Glimmerpost, which hopefully doesn't come back to bite us. Karakas. Let's see. Alright, I think we're just gonna play Cloudpost and try and Green Sun next turn for the big guy. the prime time. Could just play the Needle out this turn here. Yeah, we also had the option of Rec-Saging their Needle. But I think at this point we're like advanced far enough in our plan that we could just go to try and win ourselves. I'll just say Thespian Sage with this. Hopefully we don't lose this Glimmer or Green Sun from hand. Maybe I should just, I don't know, I feel like I could possibly answer their Needle at some point. I'm not sure if it's worth, like, trying to use it with Reclaimer. Yeah, if they have Stifle, let's just try and draw it out now. There'd be some situations where drawing that Glacial Chasm would be so annoying. Like if we needed to get it off this prime time that we were planning. But at least we're above the 20 life here. Yeah, let's get Cloudpost Eye. I played a little bit of Modern so far. I haven't tried Pioneer yet, but I probably will play it at some point. Ghost Quarter. I called it. That was definitely a more old school depths inclusion. I wonder if they were running Wasteland as well. I don't know what the rainbow depths of today's age look like. But we're in the top 8, so yeah. Let's be happy. That was the fastest round as well. Oh man. Getting kind of sloppy now. And keep it together. And that was like not an expected matchup either. Thanks guys, appreciate it. Let's see, how many of these top 8 players do we know of the matchup? This is Reanimator. This was our one loss. They're like the one undefeated. I guess that's all we know for certain. Oh, thank God for 6-round tournaments. That's so much better. Man. I wish I had more to like just do in this downtime. I don't really want to start like Modern. I'm getting a little tired of playing Magic. I need to save my energy for the main event. I'd probably play this deck though if we were gonna do like a league or so. This deck has no way of winning quickly, so it's kind of a flaw as well for the given situation. Yeah, this is a Modern deck. Even though it's playing old legacy staples like Vendilion Click. It like did well in a big tournament. The list looks pretty sweet. And yeah, this deck just like encompasses like all the stuff that blue does well in Magic, I feel like. You counter shit, you bounce shit. I guess that's about it. But like, those are some pretty good attributes. You have lots of instant speed, interaction. Yeah, it's fun though. It's a nice change of pace from like the Magic I typically play. The card above clicks. Yeah, that's the one card I didn't know as well when I first saw this list. It's like a 3/4 legendary creature whenever it attacks, you draw a card. So it's kind of, I don't know, the 4 toughness is kind of nice. It's definitely like the fattest creature in the deck. But just also being like a draw engine makes it not terrible. I don't know, these 2 legendary creatures like seem kind of weak at times, but they're probably like necessary. And a lot of the stuff in this deck has 1 toughness. And I realize like in a format with Wrenn and 6, like that can be a problem. Ghosts of like Wrenn and 6 and Legacy. Yeah. Oh, it's a Modern Horizons 2 card. I must have missed that one. It's definitely not one of the top echelon MH2 cards, for sure. Good to know it's like modern, though. The older the card, the worse. Worse it is. Yeah, Hayashi. Yeah, it's the original deck builder. He shares my affinity for running full playsets of cards, which I admire. Even in the color with like blue, they can just like draw cards apparently. Not this kind of blue deck, but it makes sense. It's very well built. Another thing I like about it. And if you ever do get to like Halls the Storm Giants, like this thing's a pretty good closer. It's like the only thing that doesn't feel like old school blue about it. Like if they had this as like a win con back in the day in like old blue decks, man, this would have been busted. As an observer of non-blue decks, or somebody who didn't play blue ever really, I think it would be pretty powerful. Not have to play whatever the fuck win condition you had. Just annoy the opponents to death. And kill them with like a bird token or whatever. And I started watching the show The Boys. I think it's a pretty good show. It's pretty violent, pretty dramatic, so I kind of have to be in like the mood to digest it. But I've been really loving that show. Just finished the first season. Probably go watch some after this. Basically, it's like a world where with superheroes, but the superheroes are assholes. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, like it seems like whoever wrote that show, like had pride in what they were trying to make. Like it has good like storylines, good characters, some like humor, dark humor to like keep you in. Like that, I feel like that's how like a show should be written, and not just being like a cash grab. I don't mind the violence either. Just sometimes I just want to watch something more light. All right. Let me see how much like airline tickets are to Vegas from here. People were telling me that it's really expensive to fly like previously cheap routes nowadays. Like supposedly getting from like here to New York is like it's cheaper to fly from Phoenix to Hawaii than it is to fly to New York. Which I don't know if it was just a very specific situation that my friend was in, but I don't know, I know that like the airline industry changed a lot the last couple of years. So it wouldn't surprise me if a 30-minute flight from Phoenix to Las Vegas is now like $300. Let's restart Moto as well. Really? Damn. Oh, I wonder why it's like that. Did they just like not cut back on like those routes or something? I mean, I like visiting other countries, so it's cool that like that travel is cheaper. But also, like sometimes I just want to like get within this country, and it's never like that big of a problem before. Europe from DC. Yeah, I might go to Europe soon then. That's weird. That sucks though. That sucks for people that want to stay within the country. Oh, nice. It's just like probably a high volume route to DC, I imagine. Like one of the hubs from at least like that region. Do you ever visit Brazil, Romario? Have you been there recently? I've been to South America a couple times, but I've never been to Brazil. I want to get around to that at some point. Brasilia. It's weird, just like looking at a typical like world map, like Google Maps or whatever. You would think that if you're flying from the US to somewhere like either Europe or Asia or South America, like going laterally would be like way like longer. But like the longest flight I'd ever taken was from Phoenix to like Buenos Aires. I feel like the map just doesn't show the north-south range of like the globe. It like over exaggerates east to west. Just kind of weird to think about. I mean, it makes perfect sense, obviously, knowing like Earth shape, believing it's not like flat. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, putting your life in the hands of like a machine. I could see that. People, expensive. Celebrities told me it was flat though. I'm like the opposite as far as like flying goes. Like I know like nothing, I can't do anything about it, and for whatever reason, like that just brings me comfort. But like one of my friends, like she's like terrified to get on a plane. And, yeah, I guess this is the way you'd see it. Nothing I could possibly do could like stop the plane from like malfunctioning, so I just shouldn't worry about it. Oh yeah, Legacy Pit. Yeah, Pittsburgh. I don't know if that's considered like a small airport. Probably. How much are those tickets? Man. Oh, you should do that. I don't know what their like supply of tickets is, but I remember last year I didn't get in initially. I went on the wait list, but luckily something opened up. Maybe they have like a higher capacity this year. At least if you're in the eastern, like being out this far out west, I would consider Pittsburgh to be like East Coast relatively, even though I know it's not exactly. At least like on that part of the country, you can just like drive to a whole bunch of different big cities and states. I don't know how many people choose to do that though. I don't know, like if like local flights there are just way cheaper and easier. Let me check. I haven't bought my plane tickets yet. I just registered. I procrastinate with that stuff pretty badly sometimes. It's in what month is the Legacy Pit? It's October, right? we got time. That's 3 months. I'll take care of it in a couple months. Hopefully it's better than the Frederick whatever in that hotel is kind of weird. And I'd say at least like buy the ticket for the event itself. Like I've heard stories of people that would like get their plane ticket, their hotel, but then they wouldn't register for like the tournament that they came there for. Like the whole reason you come there. Yeah. If it's in a place like, no, Pittsburgh's not. I like Pittsburgh quite a bit. I feel like I can get like decent food and like find something to do there, but I don't know. If I went to that hotel where the last one was at and it couldn't play Magic, that would really suck. And do you know if there's like a window of time, like when it's best to buy a ticket like that? I can know if you get like super close, it gets way expensive. But like buying it super early doesn't really save you a ton of money though either. Stupid expensive flights. I won't spare any cost though to play a big legacy event. I'll find a way. Buy way ahead. Yeah, I should just do it. For something that's that certain to happen for me, like, there's no point in not just, like, buy the ticket. Whatever. Never really been punctual. I'll be right back, Romero. I'm gonna take a pre-top 8 piss. Fill up some water. Top 8. Hoot hoot. Oh, the lie. Shit. Javier Dominguez, I think, is that player. I think they'll probably be on Delver. Which, luckily for us, we've been 2-0 against today. So yeah, thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate all of you. Let me fix this thing. I know I reset Moto. I'm sure it defaulted to a random position. So let me know if it's not. Alright. Yeah, the only opponent that we know for sure is the top seed, which is Reanimator. Which is our one loss, so... yeah, it's a good stream so far. Good event. Breakfast. Oh shit. Oh, that's right, he won that tournament with Cephalid. Oh, I'd rather play against Elver. Shit. Didn't you, like, create that deck himself as well? He's, like, the master of it. If the rumors are true, it's a tough top 8 round, for sure. Oh yeah, and that's true, the 8th seed was the last round. The Rainbow Depths. Thanks for letting me know. Alright, run the play. And they're Yori on deck. So yeah, they probably are likely playing that Cephalid breakfast list. He's on the Yorion bandwagon. Why does it matter if you have 20 extra cards? If you can just mill yourself anyway. How's it going, Eli? Yeah, Dominguez. I think he's won some pretty big events for sure. Didn't he win a showcase at some point? I think, as well as, like, yeah, the big local one. From the bits and pieces that I gather. Oh, world champion? Okay. Yeah, it's like way better than the accolades I was thinking of. That's awesome. We're in for a battle. That's cool that he plays like Cephalid Breakfast as well. And not just be like a boring Delver player. I like it. Yeah, Needles will be helpful. This is pretty difficult, this matchup. Man, playing a lot of stuff I haven't played in a long time today. Just pretty sweet. But, yeah, we don't have much interaction other than the Needles. Which, they have lots of good effects from them as well. So they'll be pretty taxed. Oh, damn. Damn, it's a long time playing Cephalid. 18 years. This hand's really bad. That seems acceptable. That's a 6-card hand at least. It's definitely not a Glacial Chasm matchup. So I'm gonna put that back. Yeah, you're not seeing things. It is the top 8. First in a long time. Just... I don't know, it's... like, Post just seems kind of weak in general in the meta. I couldn't put my finger on like, exactly why, but... it's never felt great, but it hasn't felt terrible either. It seems like it just finally worked out today. Ether Vial. If he has the nuts, we're just gonna die. I'm kind of tempted to either... I kind of think we should just do our regular Eye of Ugin thing. And just hope that's going to be good enough. Or at least get a Cloudpost with this first map. Between the recent history and the start, I would think the Cephalid Breakfast is what they're on. Yeah, they didn't shuffle last turn. So we might just die next turn if they have the 2 creatures. Yeah. At this point, we're like a turn late though, so they could still flash in the nomads and then just cast the Cephalid the following turn. Nah, we're just gonna get a Cloudpost here. And the only other thing I could possibly interact would just kind of like the Rex Sage, just play a green source and get Boseiju, but it still has the same problem. I think we're probably just dead. Yeah, we're dead. Alright, let's get some info at least. I probably should have at least like just played the forest and threatened a crop rotation. That's pretty loose. Let's see this deck at least. And if we do get a Pithing Needle to land, typically just name the nomads. But I don't know, let's look at this list. Let's see what they're up to entirely. But yeah, I probably should have just played the forest out and just threatened crop rotation at the very least. I think we're going to bring the traps in, endurance. I don't know if we want carpets really. I'm not sure if that speed, acceleration's what we want. I'll just have 6. Not playing garbage like Warping Whale. It seems like a pretty good Yorion deck. Just extra tools. And it's worth considering Force as well. Also Shuko. So I see Stoneforge here. Yeah, that might be worth doing. Not sure how much we want to lean into like disrupting them versus just trying to make something of our own happen. Yeah, it's not a good matchup. It's to the surprise of no one. Yeah, they're not even really playing many spells on the turn they go off, so it's not like Mindbreak Trap's even that good. It might come in handy though, just if we're trying to like get a resolve like an endurance. Wait, no, can't they just loop it infinitely anyway? Yeah, I don't think endurance actually does it. Because they'll just let it happen and then just loop again a second time. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they'll dread return like a Thassa's Oracle. They'll trigger Let Go in the stack. Yeah, but they still have their... Oh, I guess they do have to usually expend their creatures in play to do that. I don't know, I feel like it's probably worth having the endurance. The Mindbreak Traps I'm a little bit more skeptical of. Yeah, I think the Cephalid deck, like if I stopped down and like thought about the deck more, it'd be more rational, make more sense. But it's not a typical thing I think of. Not regular matchup. Cabal Therapy, yeah. Usually I have at least... Yeah, they need like 4 creatures to Therapy plus Dread Return. And 4 Narcomoebas, yeah. Alright, I think these are probably just better. Needles are good, let's cut maps. Yeah, it's definitely on them to just like force the issue for us. And they can just be way faster than we can. I also want to just cut all the Eldrazi. Maybe keep like one of them. Dark Depths was really bad. I remember that one specific card just being bad in this matchup. Like, you think you can kill them, and then they flip over Narcovivas. Alright. Ah, oh, man. It's so light on lands. It's not terrible, but... Also, I'm pretty far away from winning with the sand. I'm going to ship it. This is better. Put this prime time. Maybe we could just ditch the crop rod as well. Just try and rely on reclaimers. Yeah, I don't know if we could afford to keep the crop rot. I'd either put back the prime time. These reclaimers are basically, essentially going to be crop rots. Like limited, bottlenecked by number of lands anyway. And I'm going to put the crop rotation back. You just have some more like interaction timing wise. And surprise wise by having a crop rotation in hand, but... I think we can try and depend on the reclaimers at least. I mean, yeah, let's put crop rod back. Yeah, that first 7-card hand, it was the double crop rotation that was leaving me not convinced. The one land with 2 crop rotations seemed like a bad keep. Shuko. I would guess. Let me check. Yeah, Shuko. It's not bad. Yeah, let's just Needle Shuko. It's essentially another Nomad effect. And we'll Needle it just because we know about it. Yeah, this is just another of the things that could try and tax us. That we would want to Needle if possible. Oh, Cauldra. That makes sense. Alright, I'm just going to get another Cloudpost for now. Yeah, we're just short on lands. I'm glad we got rid of the crop rotation, just in hindsight. I shouldn't have got Excavator. It's one of the spots where it's just like fine. Just wouldn't be bad to have, but it's not there. So, what are we doing? I just wanted to get a 3rd Cloudpost, and then if you draw like any land, you can just Ulamog this thing. That's probably just our best bet. Nah, I haven't been running Dried Arbor in this deck. I feel like it's pretty much never like a better choice than just getting a Reclaimer, and it usually just like suffers from the same kind of thing. The Reclaimer, like basically just creature removal. I know it's like kind of weird not having Dryad Arbor in a Green Sun deck, but I'm convinced I don't want it. It would have been particularly helpful in like that spot, I say, but that's how it is. Alright, I guess we're just gonna pass here. I don't have my powers if I don't have my lands. The weakness of this deck. I was trying to think if we search up a Yavimaya, if there's anything we could do in particular. But even that, we're still just short of like 1 mana of doing anything relevant. Could go get like a Glimmerpost here and just buy myself another turn, life-wise. It sounds shitty, but yeah, I don't know. Or just bank on drawing a land. You gotta draw land sometime, right? Yeah, I'll just take a draw. We didn't really care about Stoneforge. They searched up a Shuko, which is the more like pressing issue. Like this is obviously good, but you can just cast this and potentially kill us. We also knew about it. Yeah, I fucked up like siding out the Excavator. We gotta do something at least, though. I think this is the end, end of the line. No, we like can't make headway. Like any way you try and do it. I was thinking like can make 6 mana, keep like 1 of the Cloudposts to be able to make green mana off that, but then we just have like 4 mana left over. Five, 6. I guess I'll just block one of these and go get a Glimmerpost. Just be at 1. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I wouldn't want to risk like a crop rotation at this moment. Just make our lack of mana worse. They have something. I don't know what they might have. I guess they have a Solitude they might want to use to preserve their Stoneforge. Either way, we'd have to just draw pretty well to have a chance. Like a land to start would be nice. It's an option. Could maybe put them back. I mean, if we don't have a shuffle effect, this just goes to the bottom. So we wouldn't see this. It's basically too late for me to do that now before the Reclaimer. Or after. Like a green source would allow us to just cast a a green sun potentially. But we won't draw any more lands today. Oh well. I don't think I made any egregious errors this game. But yeah, not a great matchup at all. But yeah, that was a long-awaited top 8 finish. I still think the deck, I don't know what it was about today, but I still think this deck is pretty weak in the metagame currently. For whatever reason, just happened to work out. But there's some fun games today, fun challenge. I feel like we played it well. We ran into like a pretty good variety of decks, especially some things we haven't seen in a while. So that was really cool. And yeah, it was fun just playing some Legacy for you guys. I was doing the challenge, the showcase last week, which just went 2-2 drop, so that was shitty. But didn't think people wanted to see like 7 rounds of Delver with that. Plus I like to just kind of play on my own every once in a while. But I feel good to just get back to the classic. Never mind playing this. I always feel like I have a shot playing this deck. Like my Pavey. Don't know. Yeah, until the metagame is changed in some way. This is the 75, I would continue to run it like a tournament. Let's see who's playing Legacy. But yeah, thanks everyone for showing up today. Appreciate all of you. Hope you are enjoying Legacy, enjoying the stream. If you guys want to see like a Yorion Cloudpost deck, which it's not worth playing Yorion in this deck. Like, it doesn't like give you anything at all. But like it will show up in the undefeated list. And it's just kind of fun just having like all the cards that I wanted to play in this deck at some point. So pretty fun. Make it a deck building mission to tune an 80 card deck. Who's streaming? Tony Scapone is streaming. The other Tony. The red combo storm Tony. So we're gonna like rate him. Yeah, good seeing you too, Mark. Good seeing all of you. I hope you guys have a good rest of your Sunday. Yeah, say hi to Tony for me. Take it easy, guys. Have a good rest of your Sunday.